and help them get matched with big buddies themselves. And whereas Susan Bernard initiated Arlette's involvement with the Windwalkers Equine Therapy Program, has raised funds for her ongoing therapy, and now serves on the Windwalkers Board of Directors. And whereas Susan's support through the years has undoubtedly helped Arlette to overcome many of the challenges she has faced. And whereas Susan Bernard fully embraces her role as a mentor and goes above and beyond by being a true champion of not only her little buddy, but of her buddy's entire family, the entire buddy program, and all the family it serves. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Susan Bernard for her outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes her for receiving the Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Children and Youth Award. Congratulations.
I wondered what the letter said because I got a phone call on Friday and said, which I was in Washington, D.C., and one of the women from the buddy program said, and by the way, and I said, oops, I guess I better get home by Wednesday. But I want to thank the buddy program, first of all, for nominating me, because this is something I do and it gives me joy every single day. My buddy is so incredible. She brings joy to everybody she meets, and she's taught me so much because she is challenged, and the way she works through her her disabilities. And the buddy program has been wonderful to her and to me, the support they give to every single person who mentors a child. I couldn't have done it without the buddy program, support. I was just speaking with Stacy, who's one of the case managers, and she said last year they worked with 1,000 people in this valley. So it's a wonderful organization, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is for Kristen Henry. Whereas for more than 2 decades, Kristen Henry has tirelessly offered her time, extensive talents, and upbeat spirit to several nonprofits in our community. And whereas Kristen Henry has been music ambassador, co-chair for the Aspen Music Festival and School since 1998. She is also the founder and guide for the popular music festival walking tours from the Hotel Jerome to the Music Tent. And whereas Kristen Henry also supports several other nonprofits, she is vice president of the Independence Pass Foundation, an active member of the Island Foundation Board of Directors. She volunteers for the Buddy Program and Food and Wine. She has also been a ski ambassador and a docent at the Aspen Historical Society. Whereas Kristen's warm and caring manner, positive outlook, and generous spirit serve to benefit all who have the good fortune to work with and interact with her. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Kristen Henry for her outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes her for receiving the Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Arts, Culture, and History Award. Thank you.
This is an overwhelming honor, and it's really a privilege to be included with this great group of recipients today. In particular, I feel like I'm getting this award for what I do with the Aspen Music Festival and School, because that's what I'm doing currently, as well as the Independence Pass Foundation. It's a really wonderful thing to work with the Aspen Music Festival and School, and in particular, it's a true joy to work with Diane Stein and the Music Ambassador Program. We have got a fabulous, fun, dedicated group of volunteers that make my job so easy and delightful. Thank you again. This is quite an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should,
Barb.
I was wondering if we should have Heather come up and
Yeah,
get
yeah.
it.
The next award is for Barb Andre, and she does not seem to be here. And so we'd like to invite Heather with the Roaring Fork Conservancy, who came up to witness her moment, to receive this award and to be able to deliver it back to Barb. I think a lot of you know I work heavily on water issues, and there's a group in the Valley known as the Watershed Collaborative. And so all of us water geeks are kind of friends on through that, and so I'm really honored to be able to read Barb's proclamation. A proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Barb Andre for her volunteer work in Picken County. Whereas Barb Andre is an enthusiastic and energetic advocate for the Roaring Fork watershed, and whereas Barb Andre works tirelessly to make sure the Roaring Fork Watershed Collaborative is a vibrant, relevant, and timely forum for discussion of valley-wide water issues, and whereas Barb Andre takes it upon herself to organize agendas and speakers, schedule and publicize meetings, and handle logistics in the absence of any Watershed Collaborative paid staff or significant government support. And whereas Barb Andre wrangles a diverse group of water resource professionals that otherwise would be too busy in their daily jobs to meet regularly and to leverage their knowledge and connections for a public forum that educates citizens about the current water-related issues. And whereas no one is more passionate about our water than Barb, and her love for intelligent conversations about water issues and progress that drives the group to continue its important work. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Barb Andre for her outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes her for receiving the Picken County Cares Volunteer Service Environmental Award.
I'm sorry that Barb couldn't be here today. I know that she will very much appreciate receiving this award, and personally and on behalf of Roaring Fork Conservancy, Barb really does work tirelessly for the rivers on behalf of the Watershed Collaborative. I think the passion that she brings to the organization, the work to keep all the people involved together and the program going is really unparalleled and really, really valuable to the Valley and the work that we do at Roaring Fork Conservancy. So I'd invite you all to attend our next Watershed Collaborative meeting that Barb is in the process of organizing. It'll come up in November, and we'll pass this along to Barb with thanks very much to the county.
Thanks, yeah, thank you.
Okay, I have the honor of doing the Yummiest Award on behalf of Paradise Bakery, and for Mark and Danny Patterson. Are you accepting this for the entire group?
I'll accept for the entire group.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. Whereas Paradise Bakery in Aspen, under the tutelage of Mark and Danny Patterson, exemplifies volunteerism at its best. And whereas Mark and Danny and their quality crew have been donating their time and food for 22 years at the Picken County Senior Center and countless other places. And whereas it all started when Paradise Bakery decided to make Mother's and Father's Day celebration at the Senior Center a little more special for seniors and their families by preparing and feeding breakfast to everyone in attendance. And whereas Paradise Bakery also offers its assistance at the annual Senior Center Golf Tournament. They are more than generous with muffins for that event. And whereas it's not just senior citizens in Picken County who benefit from their generosity, we all benefit from their generosity. Mark and Danny rarely say no when approached by a worthy cause in our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Paradise Bakery and Mark and Danny Patterson for their astounding dedication and commitment, and recognizes them for receiving the Picken County Cares Volunteer Service Exceptional Ongoing Service Award. We thank you very much.
Great, well, I'm honored to receive this, and on behalf of my brother Dan that could not be here today, but more so the employees at Paradise over the years that have willingly and relentlessly gone on to produce the products that we put out, and many times for the community, and I think that may be one of the reasons we're still in business today, is to be able to do what we do. It comes naturally, it feels great, and we hope to be able to continue to do it for years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We so enjoyed it.
The next award is, goes to the Picken County Food Pantry volunteers, and we have Rose Irvine, Melissa Jackson,
Can you come on up?
Rietta Noyes, Christina Lockwood, and Linnell. And Linnell, we don't have a last name down, but if you could all...
She's just Linnell.
Just Linnell.
Just Linnell, okay. If you can all be up here and...
Hi.
Hey, how are you? Oh, and turn around, face
We
the
like to
camera.
take the picture.
There we go.
Yeah, face
There we go. Thank you all.
Whereas this fabulous group of volunteers have been simply outstanding in their dedicated support of the Aspen Food Pantry for the past 2 years plus, and whereas the Food Bank of the Rockies Mobile Food Pantry has been operating in the Picken County Health and Human Services building since 2010, and this spring added a second day per month, bringing food to the needy. And whereas Rose, Melissa, Rietta, Christina, and Linnell volunteer at all pantries without fail, and they work very hard to ensure that the pantries run smoothly and without incident. And whereas these ladies are very kind and patient with participants and have a keen sense of civic duty, dedication, commitment, energy, and caring for our community, which they embody so well. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to the Food Pantry volunteers for their outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes them for receiving the Picken County Cares Volunteer Service Good Samaritan Award. Let's see, well, actually, we'll give these to all of you. You could deliver the other two.
They're good at delivering, so.
Yeah.
We'll start again tomorrow.
Thank you
So,
so much.
If you'd like to say a few words for the public.
I get more out of it
Yeah.
than I give. It makes me happy to be out and doing something that has some worth to it. And just, you know, we do have access to excess in this community, but there are people that need a little encouragement to come and take advantage of the services that are offered. And I wouldn't know what to do with myself if I didn't go. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I agree with her.
It's just a lot of fun to get out there and meet people and see how happy the kids are when we have treats.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. George, do you want to do your, we'll come, go back around again.
Well, as you always know, in the end, this is still a ski town. So I'd like to bring Chris Klug up here.
The kids can come too.
Oh, they just might.
Yeah, be with the daddy.
Okay, Crew's here.
Hey, you're gonna be on TV now.
This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing your dad, Chris Klug, for his volunteer work in Picken County. Whereas Chris Klug embodies the spirit of Aspen and Picken County in everything he does. He gives his time willingly, he is environmentally conscious, he freely shares his contagious laugh, and often comes to the aid of his neighbors. He is also quick to offer his giant smile to anyone who taps on his shoulder. And whereas, other than his success as an Olympian and one of the top professional snowboarders in the world, Chris is probably best known for his local and national efforts to promote organ donation. And whereas Chris Klug is lucky to be alive today, he was diagnosed with a rare liver condition that required a liver transplant. And after being on a national transplant list for several years, he received a call 15 years ago that changed his life forever. And whereas Chris Klug spends a part of every day talking to the residents of Pickens County and beyond about the importance of organ and tissue donation, in 2004 he formed the Chris Klug Foundation, whose mission is to promote life-saving donation and improve the quality of life for donors, donor families, organ transplant candidates, and recipients. And whereas in addition to his foundation work, Chris has volunteered for the Aspen Santa Fe Ballet, the Aspen Historical Society, for the Forest, Christ Church in Aspen, the Aspen Basketball Academy, the Summit for Life event, and of course, Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Now, therefore, be proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Chris Klug for his outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes him for receiving the Pickens County Cares Volunteer Service Global Impact Award.
That's his award.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be recognized together with a great group of people today. And I'll say I love this community for starters, and proud to be able to give back and be a part of it. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the selfless and heroic decision of an organ donor. And so all my work is really in dedication to my organ donor and all organ donors. I think those are the real heroes of what this award's all about, and really what this represents. So thankful to my organ donor, and after being on a waiting list for 6 years and receiving a life-saving liver transplant 15 years ago, I made a promise to myself and my family and to God, and said I'll give back in any way I can. And so proud to act as a volunteer for a great organization, together with our team and all of our guys. They're rearranging the place, but together with our director and our events and marketing coordinator and all of our volunteers, we do about 75 events all over the country, and on about a $300,000 budget. And you know, we are a national organization, but a lot of the fundraising, a lot of the giving, a lot of the volunteerism comes from this community. So another reason that you know, this is such a special place in the entire Roaring Fork Valley. So thanks for recognizing us.
Thanks, Chris.
This is for Janet Schoberlein. Janet, will you come forward? Whereas since 2009, Janet Schoberlein has logged more than 250 hours volunteering as an English tutor for English in Action, and whereas Janet Schoberlein helps her students gain the confidence they need to improve their English language skills by offering them a safe, non-threatening environment in which to practice, and whereas with her patience and encouragement, Janet Schoberlein is helping her students move closer to their personal, professional, and educational goals, and by doing this, the entire valley benefits. Whereas at 85 years young, she continues to find time and energy to contribute meaningfully to our valley. She's helping bridge the communication gap one student at a time. Whereas Janet Schoberlein is also the treasurer for the Woody Creek Caucus, where she's an engaged and committed member. She was also an active board member with the Woody Creek Community Center for many years. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Janet Schoberlein for her outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes her for receiving the Pickens County Cares Volunteer Service Education Award.
Thank you. English in Action has over 100 volunteers who I'm sure give a lot more time than I do, and they also have a long waiting list. English is a very difficult language to learn, and there are many people in our valley who are waiting to work on it. Thank you.
All right. This has been a great event thus far, and I have the honor of reading the last plaque. I'd like to invite Ernie Fearwald up.
Easy.
Okay. Whereas, a long time ago, Ernie Fearwald made a conscious decision to forego the path of big city success and power and move to a smaller community where he could lead a balanced life and live a life of purpose. And whereas Ernie Fearwald has balanced raising 4 children to adulthood with his wife Lucy while managing his career and making giving to others a priority. And whereas Ernie Fearwald is an active and longtime leader in Aspen's Rotary Club, he also served on the board of, Aspen Board of Education, but I believe it's the Aspen School District Board.
Right.
He was a driving force behind the successful Salvation Army bell ringing fundraising campaign and has spent many a cold evening dressed as Santa Claus in front of City Market, raising money 1 dime or a quarter at a time. And whereas Ernie Fearwald helped transform Habitat for Humanity's local home building capacity by connecting a friend of his in the moving and storage business to the nonprofit who helped the Restore concept to thrive. And whereas the list of local organizations Ernie has generously dedicated and contributed time or money to include Theater Aspen, Aspen High School, the Ducky Derby, Aspen Junior Hockey, Aspen Junior Golf, Vision Quest, Habitat for Humanity, Aspen Education Foundation, the Race for the Cure, Aspen Basketball Academy, and the Smile Train, to name a few. And whereas editorially, I would like to thank you for your commitment to the Spark campaign, which helped raise the money for the private ice rink connected to the Aspen Community Recreation Center. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Ernie Fearwald for his lifelong dedication and commitment to our community, and recognizes him for receiving the Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Greg Mace Award.
Wow.
Just a quick snippet on how I got here. I was living in Steamboat Springs, and I was in the 70s, and I came down here for 2 summers to start a business here, and I played golf at the golf course as much as I could. Went back to Steamboat, and I got a call from, of all people, Ted Armstrong. And he said, our golf pro's not going to come back next summer. It's April. You need to come and run this, not for your benefit, but for the benefit of the Aspen, Colorado. So it started back then, and then in 1984, Yvonne Taché and I started Aspen Junior Golf. And we had about 40 kids in the first summer, and now we've eclipsed 10,000 kids. And so it's been quite the program for not just the local kids who have the ability to go play the golf course, but for kids all up and down the valley. So that's been a huge program that has really been a great thing. So thank you very much for this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Armstrong? I haven't heard Ted Armstrong's name in...
I know.
So, Pat, where do you want them to go
We could
for?
gather out in the Veterans Park. I'll get a group shot and then some individual shots. I hope I can do it as quickly as possible.
Thank you all.
so much.
Yeah, thank you all for...
Thank you all so much. You guys make this the best meeting of our year.
Yeah, this is always great.
Right.
That when the little kids come.
Yeah.
The little kids filling this is pretty
the
fun
balloons
too.
and the, but I love Ernie's kid. I mean, Chris's kids rearranging it.
I'm so impressed with everybody.
So nice to see you.
Well, this is wonderful.
I did some reading a short time ago, and I thought, what?
There's been nothing in the paper.
No, that's, I've got Riri.
You have to be in this My dog is scratching at my bugs. Because they can, you know. I didn't realize we had done so much. I mean, I knew we did a lot, but.
Okay, moving on in our agenda, getting back to our normal routine. John, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No additions or deletions. I would note for the board that item number 3, application for medical marijuana infused products manufacturer license and retail marijuana products manufacturer license. We will be recommending a continuation of that item until October 28th. But we will still need to go ahead and open that and recommend that continuation.
Okay, are there any members of the audience who would wish to make public comments about this time, about items that aren't on the rest of the agenda? Are there any commissioner comments? Rachel?
Well, if you're tuning in late, we just did the Picken County Cares Award, which recognizes outstanding volunteers in any number of different fields and endeavors within our community. And I'd just like to say thank you to the thousands of other volunteers and citizens out there. This is really an acknowledgement of everyone's work and everyone's contribution. And along those lines, I'd just like to remind people that we do have an election coming up, or a ballot rather, it'd be the best way to describe it, although there are some candidates such as the school board, and to be sure to vote. And the mail-in ballots should be going out in the mail this week. If you have not received a ballot by the end of the week, or you want to track its progress, please go to pitkinvotes.org. You can very quickly and easily follow the tabs and make sure your mailing address on file is correct. Because if your mailing address is not correct, your ballot would be returned and you have to go and talk to the clerk about getting a new one. But this is the most important role that we all play as citizens and volunteers, perhaps, is participating in our democracy. There's really important county questions, city questions, school district questions, and so on. So please be sure to vote.
Patty?
I want to just tag on to Rachel again, thanking all the volunteers in this community. It is great that we get to honor them on a yearly basis, but I think we need to honor our volunteers every day, because there's people out there volunteering every day, 24 hours a day in this community. That's what really makes this community a community. And as far as the election, Rachel's correct, the ballots have gone out, so please, if you don't get one by the end of the week or the first of next week, get in touch with the clerk's office and we can track that ballot, or you can go to the website. And the county does have a ballot question on. It's broadband. I'm not sure what the ballot question number is, but it's a very simple question. It's about broadband and public-private partnerships. There's no tax issue here or fundraising issue at this point. It's to really help to bring a broadband system into this valley, and especially into the upper valley and our drainages. So it would be greatly appreciated for the community to support the Picken County ballot question. And on the last closing remark, please enjoy the glorious weather we are having. It is beautiful outside. It's been great fun to be in the neighborhoods where people are raking leaves and getting ready for winter. And everybody has been in great moods and wandering around town and taking last of the year hikes. And we really appreciate the fact that the community is getting out there to enjoy it. So thank you all, and have a great week.
Steve, if I could tag on to that really quickly. We received an email update from Eric Bergman with CCI today, and he said that at this point 17 counties across Colorado are asking a similar broadband question to us.
So we are not alone in this.
It's a movement.
There there is a new service for veterans in the Roaring Fork Valley. It's called Coffee and Donuts, and this is a weekly event every Thursday at the Glenwood Springs Library from 10 till 1. Also, for people in the Eagle River Valley, every Friday in Edwards at the CMC building from 10 to 1. It's hosted by the Western Slope Veterans Coalition, and it's a chance for veterans to get together and have some coffee and donuts and to meet veteran service officers, to meet other veterans, to find out about activities and benefits for veterans. So this is a new service. It's going to be every Thursday in Glenwood.
Very good.
Okay, moving on. Consent items, single reading, and we have the second one I'd like to pull, so we'll do the one at a time. The regular meeting minutes of September 23rd, work session minutes of August 25th, and September 8th.
So moved.
I'll second with a comment. Jeanette, can I just ask that on the work session meetings for the August 25th, that you just note I was absent because I was having eye surgery? Thank you.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the minutes. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. The second item on the consent is a resolution appointing citizen board members. And those two members who we wish to appoint, and these are to the Redstone Historic Preservation Committee, Nancy Cromie for a term expiring April 2019, and Stephanie Askew for a term expiring April 2018.
Second?
Any comments or further discussion? All in favor of approving these appointments, say aye.
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 Okay.
And thank you to all our volunteers on all our boards. Thanks for pulling that, Steve.
Yeah, definitely. The next item is the item number 3, application for medical marijuana infused products manufacturer license and retail marijuana products manufacturer license, submitted by John Conlon, doing business as the Sausage Queen. And Jeanette is in charge of this, and Jeanette, could you explain why the request for
Sure.
continuation?
On September 28th, the applicants came in with a totally new proposal than what was in your packet, and we need the opportunity and the time to take that new proposal to our referral agencies, John Peacock and John Haley. And there's a meeting scheduled for Monday, and hopefully we can work through the new proposal and bring it to you October 28th.
October 28th.
Can I just ask,
Okay.
is October 28th enough time to go through it, you think? Or we can always continue it again,
Yeah,
but,
yeah. We'll
okay.
shoot for that, and if
Okay.
we have to, we'll continue it again.
Okay. Rachel?
Steve, if this is appropriate, and I realize the application has changed now, but from what I read before, I had several questions, and I don't know if it's appropriate to put them on the record to make sure they're answered during this next discussion or not. But I particularly the applicant made representations that there's no odor associated, and I'd like to find out somehow with some independent verification if that's true of those type of facilities. And then secondly, again, if it's a similar application to this, they're talking about bringing a prepared food product up from Denver and then working with it and then dispersing it back out. And I would like to really understand the food safety handling procedures on something like that, from being packaged and sealed and, you know, to transport and transport and transport. What is that chain of food safety? And then finally, there was a review of how much traffic it would cause, and they said 1 car trip a day, and that made no sense at all. given the number of employees and receiving the product and then shipping the product and, you know, let alone other running around because you need some nails at the hardware store, you know, for something. So I just saw some real flaws. It feel like a very incomplete application to me, and I just want to make sure those questions are answered with whatever comes forward.
And Rachel, the new proposal is, just so you know, they are planning on doing now the packing here, so that brought up a lot of questions for staff and environmental health, and
Okay.
also that's one of the reasons that.
Great, thank you for that.
Sure.
Patty?
Yeah, and I had similar concerns as Rachel about the employee generation. There's discrepancies in this application as to the number of people who are really going to be working there, and then that would directly affect the trips per day, on top of the deliveries, the trucks coming and going to delivery. And is it once a week or is it 4 times a week, and trucks are coming and going? So, because that's already a congested neighborhood. We had issues with AABC and traffic flows, and within the AABC and coming and going from Highway 82. So I think those are good questions that Rachel brought up. I also have a question going back to the employee generation. Will they have to mitigate for employees if they generate more employees, since this was a residential unit?
But it was abandoned one. I mean, we might need a ComDev explanation.
Well, they had to
of
pay a
that.
fee in, and I don't know if that fee was to mitigate for changing a residential affordable housing unit to commercial, or whether it was to mitigate for their employees. That wasn't clear in the application. So I'd just like clarification about the employee housing, the generation of employees and the need to mitigate.
From my understanding from Lance Clark, not under the old proposal, but under the new proposal, that could happen.
Okay, so great.
We'll come prepared.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeanette.
And the applicants will be here as they would have been today.
Right. Can we just pass those questions along? That would be great. And I'll keep this for whenever we see it again. Thanks.
So do we have a motion to continue this yet? Or
Well,
we have to open the
not
public hearing?
yet. We'll get to that. I would want to be sure that there's sufficient parking for the number of employees. Since it used to be a residence, they might only have 1 or 2 dedicated parking places perhaps, but I just want to make sure that's talked about in the application. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to comment on this at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'll leave the public hearing open for items later in the meeting today. Bring it back to the board for motion.
I'll make a motion to continue till October the 28th and to continue the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to continue to October 28th. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous.
Thanks, Jeanette.
Okay, moving on to individual consideration items. These are all first readings set for public hearing on October 28th. The first is ordinance approving the 2016 Road Maintenance and Management Plan.
Thank you. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director. I'm here with Melissa Sever that orchestrated this revision. But before we get started, because it needs to, this document needs to be codified into the county code, the ordinance that's in your packet needs to change, and we have the revision here. And so while everything pretty much remains the same, there's language in this ordinance that's required in order for it to be entered into the code.
Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you, Jeanette Jones, for her attention to the packet.
Thank you, Jeanette.
We've talked about this document before in a work session. It really guides expectations for road maintenance and management, road construction, and our permitting system across the road and bridge system in Pickens County. It provides those expectations and consistency across time as employees come and go from our road and bridge department. So the 3 areas, again, the road maintenance area and management area contains our county road list and our county bridge list as well, and provides road standards or maintenance standards for snow removal, for maintenance of surfaces, including gravel and paved surfaces. The second section is our design standards, and these are standards of roads that we would like to attain if we had the budget and a perfect situation in the field, which in most cases we don't. We don't have adequate budget to build the roads we'd like to build, and usually we're topographically limited on what we can fit on our hillsides. The third section is really our permitting system. This allows people to enter our rights of way to install utilities. That's our primary permit that we give out. We have a permitting system for overweight and oversized permits, and parking as well. So through the permitting system, people are allowed to provide the utilities that are needed for living in Pickens County. This document, we'd like to update it every 2 years, but the last update we had was in 2008. At that time, it was the asset management plan. This document is strictly dedicated to roads and bridges. We removed other areas like facilities and fleet and other assets the county owns. We just felt a document dedicated to roads was worthy of its own. So with that, I would encourage the board to approve the ordinance and adopt the 2016 Road Maintenance and Management Plan.
Questions from the board?
No.
I have a couple of things. One on the cover page, there is a typo on the spelling of one word, and it might be too late, but on the online version of it, it could be corrected.
That's good. So that change was made.
Maybe, yeah.
Thank you.
On page 17, I always look on my own road to see how it compares, if it fits in the right spot. And then I started looking at the mileage on Capitol Creek Road. And I noticed all the others are down to the 10th and the 100th of a mile. And then Capitol Creek Road, it says 5, which happens to be where my driveway is at mile marker 5 is right at my driveway. But I'm about 1/10 of a mile up the road past the moderate service area where the plow truck turns around, and then the maintainer takes care of the dirt part of the road. So just wanted to point out a discrepancy. You could make that a little more accurate on,
thank you.
Capitol Creek Road. We'll put a decimal point in and check the actual mileage.
We will confirm that mileage and make the adjustment if it's needed.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Then also, I was looking through here. I've had a couple talks with citizens who are concerned about, they're either bicyclists or pedestrians, and some places on the roads they don't feel safe because there's no kind of a continuation of the shoulder off of the paved part of the road, or maybe there's a little drop off, and they're just concerned about their safety if they got run off the road and ended up going down or tripping and falling off of the road or something. And then I noticed there's nothing talking about the shoulders of the roads in the maintenance plan, and that might be a good addition to it, or at least in the future, to address that issue that that the county, that you do take care of the shoulders, and where possible you make a smooth transition, and recognizing a lot of places that's not possible, but a lot of places it is possible.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point that out as a possible change to the.
I appreciate that, and we do provide shoulder maintenance, so we could add that section in here, and if there's a specific area that residents are concerned about, to let us know, and we'll certainly address those.
George?
That reminded me, I don't have the plan in front of me, Brian, but and we just had this joint meeting with the Forest Service yesterday. The road to Dingle Lake, is that a county road?
It is.
All the way?
I don't know if it goes all the way. I don't think it goes all the way, but
yeah, it's
part of
the way
it
across
is.
But I remember I had a constituent ask last year that there was ability for us to close off that road as we're coming into winter, because what happens is that road gets utilized by snowmobilers and cross-country skiers and walkers, and there always seems to be some four-wheelers who think they can try to work their way up towards Dingle Lake, and of course that creates all sorts of damage to that road, and not only in the wintertime, but also in the spring. And we talked about this ability to gate that somehow, so it prevents motorized vehicles from getting up there.
Yeah, and I guess I'll talk about this across the system. This is an issue on almost every county road we have that enters into the forest, whether we provide a gate to close during the winter time or we allow snow to close the road naturally. Gates provide another management issue. Every road that we have a gate on, we have controversy on when the gate is closed and when the gate is open. So while on the outside it may look easy, like that's a simple solution to provide better road maintenance, because there is damage being done in the springtime when people are driving in there in muddy conditions, it becomes another management problem for us to meet the needs of access and road maintenance. So the easy answer is yes, we can do it. Would we want to in this condition? I think we need to consider who's using the road and why, and work with the Forest Service to see if they would be interested in putting a gate on Dinkle Lake Road as well. We have some roads that have gates. Most of our roads do not, and we just let them close naturally with snow accumulation and plowing. In Dinkle Lake area, and frankly, the Prince Creek area, we plow snow in the first snows to close the road with snow accumulation, and then we have over the snow access occurring. But in the springtime, when that starts to melt out, people with large vehicles and high clearance want to get up as far as they possibly can on those roads. And it's not isolated problem to Dinkle Lake. It occurs really mostly on the backside of Aspen Mountain, up the Castle Creek area, where we have a lot of problems up there with access.
So what you're saying is perhaps you would have a discussion with the Forest Service and find ways to, alternative options in terms of addressing this problem?
Yeah, just to see the severity of the problem and if it warrants a gate. Because we can't put a gate there, there's unintended consequences of closing the road with the gate. I would want to make sure that it's warranted based on the damage that's happening back there. So I'll talk to the Forest Service about that.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, George.
Okay.
I just have a comment. I think it's a great idea to pull it out of the asset management plan. It also makes it easier for our brains to just look at this issue versus the other assets, and that I think it gets better in-depth review of these documents. And so I would like to make a motion to approve an ordinance repealing the Title 14 Asset Management Plan and reinstating Title 14 of the Pickens County Code as the Road Maintenance and Management Plan. And this is a first reading set for public hearing on October 28th, is that correct?
November 4th, I believe.
November 4th?
Second by Michael. Any comments on it? I have one more question. Will you have a similar thing for just the asset management plan for the rest of the assets that will be maintained in a separate periodically reviewed document?
The facilities is the asset that would need to have its own plan. I would need to talk to Jody Smith to see where she's going with that. So I don't know the answer to the question.
So that would be called the facilities management plan or something like that?
Correct, and maintenance plan. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve this on first reading. Is there any further discussion?
I just need a point of clarification, because our agenda does say public hearing on the 28th. Are we changing those so all public hearings are on the 4th, or just this one? Okay, just point of
We had
clarification.
advertised it, noticed it with the old.
Okay, so we need an
title,
extra
changed
continued.
the title.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Next, we have a resolution adopting the revised Pickens County Nordic Ski Trails Plan.
Can I just wait that's Melissa, Melissa, we have a gentleman, we just gave him your contact information.
Right.
He happens to be sitting right there. We'll turn around this way.
Now
There
you're
we go.
both right next to each other, yeah.
He's going to be contacting you about weeds, just so we do a proper introduction here.
I'll be giving a call.
Speaking of the devil. Thank you. It's too close to not introduce.
No, that's totally great. Thank you so much.
Okay, Chairman?
Great. Well, thanks. I'm Gary Tenenbaum, the Assistant Director of Open Space and Trails, and I'm here with Matt Kuhn, who's the City of Aspen Trails Manager. And to kind of give you the background why I have the city sitting next to me is in 2006, when the open space program was reauthorized by the voters, the county put in the Nordic system as a whole to be funded through Picken County Open Space and Trails. Over the past, before 2006, the city, county, and the town of Snowmass Village would get together and try to come up with a budget to maintain the trail system. The city of Aspen has been maintaining the Nordic Trail system since the beginning. And, they used to have to go to every county government and town government to try to see if we can get enough funding to make this happen. When recessions happen and stuff, all of a sudden one wants to pull out, the other one doesn't want to pull out. The county then put it in its Healthy Communities Fund, the funding of Nordic, which is just an unusual arrangement. So in 2006, since the town of Snowmass Village, where it is in Basalt, that we groom, and the city of Aspen, they're all in Picken County, and this Open Space and Trails Department can fully maintain this system. So the voters voted that in, and in 2008, we worked with the city to develop the first Nordic Trails management plan. And the Nordic Trail Management Plan has been in effect since 2008, and it was adopted by the Picken County Open Space and Trails Board, but it also was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners and the town of Snowmass Village and the town of Basalt. And so it's been a great document. It's been working really well. One of the big goals of the plan has been to put it in front of the planners, so we don't miss opportunities to maintain and expand our Nordic system. We now have about 95 kilometers of Nordic ski trails throughout the county, and it's pretty impressive how it's all being managed and maintained, and it's an incredible system, and it's all free. It's one of the only systems in the entire country that is managed by a local agency with collaboration with partners from the towns in the county to really develop this incredible system. The county also helps Mount Sopris Nordic Council maintain their system up in Spring Gulch. And so, when Nordic Council, who is a nonprofit that advises the Picken County Open Space and Trails Board and the commissioners on the system that we have, when they looked at the plan, there are certain things in this plan that we kind of wanted to refresh, and we wanted to make sure it was refreshed in planners' minds. As the economy improves, applications might be coming in for certain gaps we have in our system or not true easements we have in our system, and we want to be able to make sure that it's fresh in our minds, and also address some of the expansion and other issues like climate change we want to take into account for this plan. So in this plan, the special attention was given to how to create this diverse trail system. We have a lot of golf course skiing, and that's great and all, but we want to get a diverse system. We want to find ways to get more backcountry type experiences, more climate resilient type experiences. That also deals with the aspect and where the trail is located in terms of elevation and stuff like that. So basically all of the things in this new plan are just an update of the old plan with some new information and new opportunities. And basically Matt's here. Matt is the manager of our trail system. So the county funds this system and the city maintains it. We have an incredible relationship with the city parks department, and if one of the things that we're working on for John Peacock is to really, 2006 when it happened, we were supposed to enter into an IGA with the city of Aspen. We have such a great relationship, we forgot to do that. So we pay the city of Aspen every year. We work through the budget. You guys see the budget, the Open Space and Trails Board sees the budget, and it's worked really well. The whole system is run very efficiently by the city. We watch that funding pretty, intently, and we work together really well. We're going to be bringing an IGA to you guys over the next month or two to formalize what we actually do.
Thank you, guys.
So before that question came, I wanted to address it.
Yeah.
And then I also wanted to have Matt just do a quick, review of what has changed, especially in terms of the opportunities that are going to be potentially looked at in the future.
Cool. Well, you covered a lot of it. Cool. Yeah, this plan is really the culmination of about 2 years of work between the Nordic Council, various stakeholders, and those that are interested in the trail system in general. Gary kind of brushed on it, but one of the main changes to this plan is really only 1 page long, and that's on page 25. And it's a series of questions that we call an expansion screen. This is important because, as you'll see later on in the pages subsequent to that, there's a number of opportunities in this valley to expand Nordic skiing. And yet, we didn't really have any kind of prompts or any kind of direction as to when and where we would expand and pursue these 20 or 30 opportunities. So we worked with the Nordic Council. It's a series of questions. It's not very linear. It instead provides a number of prompts that tie us back to the vision of this trail system, tie us back to what in 2015 we've prioritized as the goal and vision of the trail. So in 2015, we continue the goals to provide a seamless connection between communities. That's really the heart of our trail system. It connects Aspen to Snowmass to Basalt. It's pretty unique that you can ski from town to town in good snow years on the Rio Grande Trail, or you can ski from Snowmass to Aspen through a nice, kind of bucolic landscape through Owl Creek. Expanding on that seamless nature, we wanted to look at, as Gary mentioned, more rustic and woodsy trails. And that's really one of the major changes in this plan is, for many of us, Nordic skiing is being out in the woods. And while we benefit from having a system that's integral to the community and following through a number of people's backyards, we also want to get out in the woods and have those experiences. We continue to look for opportunities in the Mid-Valley. It's a big population center. There's a number of areas that Gary kind of alluded to that have ideal aspect that tend to hold snow, even despite the lower elevation. And finally, to reiterate again what Gary said, the idea of climate resilient skiing. Last year, for example, we all know that we had a challenging year with snowfall. For the first time in my experience, and I believe Gary and my predecessor Austin Weiss's experience, we had to close trails in the middle of the season and then prepare them again when we got more snow and reopen them, which is a considerable amount of work. We lost trails on the Aspen Golf Course for weeks. So as we look at potential expansions, considering, are these expansions climate resilient? Are they going to hold snow consistently? And are there ways that we can plan our system more efficiently for that unknown change? The plan discusses, starting on page 26, a number of opportunities. And some of those cases, the opportunities are simply acquiring a formal easement. Other opportunities are expansions of the system. We really ask ourselves, we asked ourselves with this list, should we keep it in this 2015 revision? Should it fall off? Should we change it? And for the most part, all of these are consistent with what was proposed in 2008. One thing that we changed with those is the kind of subtext underneath the trail name and connector heading, and we've added important or critical. It was per the recommendation of the Open Space and Trails Board that we identify those opportunities that are really important. So in some cases, like I said, those are easements. Others, those might be at risk of a sale, for example, Ashcroft. And what would we do from a Nordic Council perspective to address that? We don't have those answers, and it's simply capturing that. Otherwise, I'll probably wrap it up there, and I'd love to field questions from you all on the plan, and if there's anything we missed.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you both for the presentation, and to all your volunteers and staff for working so hard on this. I think it's great to have a roadmap, and it certainly becomes a consideration as we're looking at various land use applications. On the page 25, the screening page, the one item I would potentially add to your screening list is, are there winter wildlife concerns? I know we kind of look into where there's critical habitat or severe winter range, but we've heard fairly consistently from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife that sometimes a slow-moving cross-country skier can do more to raise their heart rate of the wintering elk than a fast snowmobile passing by. And so I think that would be one more criteria I would add to this.
Good point.
George?
You heard my comments to Brian concerning Dinko Lake Road, so maybe we want to get involved with that conversation, because that is a great opportunity to do some backcountry skiing and to preserve that snowpack from getting torn up by early winter truck traffic, four-wheelers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we have that in the plan as the Hay Park Trail. We'd like to try to make sure that we capture because it does, I do agree that early season when the snow starts falling and you get one big truck trying to get all the way up that road does some significant damage until the snowmobiles start to smooth that out. I'm talking only about the snow, not about the road condition, but just the snow condition. Yeah.
Rachel?
Actually, that reminds me of one other bullet point, and that is, it's implied clearly, but that is safety. Some areas you get up towards the pass, and this is caution, cross-country skiers, avalanche blasting could happen at any time. And so I think it's just something to note, are there safety, avalanche, winter condition concerns on any part of a route. Certainly the Castle Creek to Ashcroft would have those narrow sections where, although that's just a far off conceived potential, that's the type of screening you'd find on that one.
And again, I just want to reiterate what Gary said. This is funded through our Open Space and Trails mill levy. The city actually manages and does the grooming and the maintenance, and the city does a tremendous job. Matt, with your staff and your groomers, that's what really makes those trails such an amenity for the community, for not only for locals but for all of our guests.
I have three different comments. One has to do with the Light Hill. It mentions the Light Hill plan, and on the map it shows it somewhere in the vicinity of Basalt High School, I believe.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure that didn't conflict with the BLM management plan for Light Hill, which is pretty restrictive in terms of the potential impacts on wildlife.
And it is, and it's consistent because the BLM resource management plan doesn't close Light Hill to walker skiers, or it closes it to mechanized and motorized during the winter. So, currently right now people go up there in the winter, and so, that is a question that if we're going to ever expand it, it wasn't really meant to expand grooming, but it was just to have that. It's in a place where it holds decent snow, and so is it something that we want to look at in the future as, expanding to show people the way, or do we need any improvements in there? But it would automatically have to go to the BLM if any improvements need to be made, to go through a NEPA analysis so all those impacts can be analyzed.
And to reiterate, that is in the non-maintained section of the of our plan. So there was a number of trails that we're interested in preserving from a cross-country ski experience and not necessarily developing. And so that's where that one is pulled in.
Okay. And I know there are people who live at Gateway who go in the BLM road from Gateway just for their evening walks and so on, and they probably mostly walk, but I think maybe some people
Some
ski
ski.
on that, would they, Jeanette? You know, when there's enough snow, so.
But that's
you know,
also an area
there are
where
different
it's
places where people are using that some. Okay, next point would be on, I'm trying to see a page number. It's the map that shows the Nordic Trail opportunities, and it shows the M5 and M6, which would be like
That's the Mid-Valley Nordic.
page 46, I believe, in the packet. And I mean, I call these, the M5 and M6 blob is how I wrote it on my notes. It's kind of a space maintainer, but like, for instance, the M6 is showing where the Hay Park Trail goes, but it doesn't even go as far over as the Capitol Creek Road where the trailhead is on the Capitol Creek side, so it doesn't seem like it's very accurate in terms of where, I mean, it's partially covers part of the Owl Creek Trail, but it's just like you put a blob on the map as a space holder to keep that for a future idea or something. And I don't know how accurate you want to be with your blobs on these things, but others seem more specific. And then the same way with the one on the M5 on Capitol Creek, which covers part of our land and part of our neighbor's land and some Forest Service land, and it's just a big sort of a space holder. And I know I've talked to members of the Nordic Council about, you know, maybe someday having some dedicated trails up there. There's already a lot of people skiing up there, but it's nothing organized or mapped out or anything.
And I think you hit it on the head when you said blob. that was intentional. That was our purpose with some of these areas where we don't know what it looks like, and yet you've had trails on your land, and it's noted in here as an important part of the Nordic experience in this community. We don't know what that looks like in the future, and we wanted to, one thing that we didn't mention is these blobs are a GIS shapefile. And it's something that we can provide to ComDev's departments, both city and county and town of Snowmass, that they can use to screen properties when they come up for redevelopment. And so they're not intentionally restrictive. They're not defined. But in some of these cases, like M6, where you said it's only on the Forest Service, well, we didn't want to flag any other properties at this point because it's a non-developed. And you know, flagging the property is not the right term. It's more just providing some geospatial reference to where this could be or where these potential changes would happen.
Makes sense.
Then my third point is you barely mention bicycles. You don't mention fat tire bikes at all, and yet fat tire bikes was the #1 issue that the Nordic Council was dealing with a couple of years ago, and I think it probably continues to be an issue. And it mentioned designating trails that bicycles could go on in the wintertime, but and I didn't look at the fine print on the maps, maybe it does show it on the trail system map, but I felt like there should perhaps be a whole section or a whole paragraph talking about the fat tire bikes and the importance. It's an educational piece, really, to educate people to only go on the designated trails, which might be, you know, Independence Pass and, you know, whatever places are designated, and then to not go on the the groomed Nordic trails, which are for skiers and snowshoers. And it's hard to, once a bike goes through there, it can ruin the experience for the other users. So I think I would recommend putting a section in on that, or just, one paragraph, and so it's easy, that information is out there a little more.
Yeah. Well, thanks for reading the plan so closely, because you're spot on, it's not in here. And this was a plan that, as Gary mentioned earlier, stems from a long tradition of skiing and Nordic skiing. And at the Nordic Council level, we discussed this at length, whether or not we include discussions on providing fat bike trails. And at that time, and in this revision, we decided to keep the heart of this document intact, which is, as it says, a ski trails plan. And at a later date, I think it's probably either an appendix to this or it's a whole separate plan, because the funding, and maybe Gary wants to chime in here on this, but the funding through the Open Space and Trails is, traditionally been directed at Nordic ski trails, and changing some of that to provide an increased amenity it wasn't addressed in the first revision, and we didn't want to necessarily add that. We're fairly capped with what we do, the number of kilometers we groom, the staffing we have, the budget we use each year. And so to start expanding that was another consideration.
Well, and also, when we started, George was sitting in on some of the Nordic Council discussions on, because the fat bike, group from RFMBA and IMBA were coming in to request use of Nordic ski trails. And, the way I was directing it is, this all stemmed from Nordic skiing, and this is a Nordic ski plan. And really, truly, to address biking, you go through the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Board. And if if fat biking becomes more of an amenity that we want to provide, we're going to have to create a management plan to deal with that. And I was kind of against putting anything in there right now, because we do have multi-use trails in there, and that's fine, like the Rio, and there will always be a multi-use trail. And we talk about Maroon Creek Road and Independence Pass, and that's also a multi-use area. But the fat bike issue is one where I think as a community we're going to work together to try to find opportunities that work. We already have great opportunities that work. The Maroon Creek Road, Independence Pass Road, the Rio Grande Trail are great opportunities for people to use fat bikes and not really interrupt the Nordic skiing on the majority of the system, because in our area, unlike other areas where the snow compacts really hard, our area doesn't compact really hard all the time. And, like this past winter, we got away with it because we had a low snow year for the most of it. But in a normal year, we get soft snow on top of our ski trails, we groom them, you put a bike on top of that, it creates a rut through the middle of it. That's why we try very hard to keep snowshoers on the edge of trails, walkers off of trails or only on certain trails, trying to do the Bernese Boulevard and the Labrador Lane to keep dog walkers off the main ski trails. So, it's a big issue, and it's going to be continued to be discussed. But I think it needs to be discussed at at the Open Space and Trails Board level, and not necessarily having the Nordic community have to address it. The system as a whole has to address it. So that's where we're keeping it right now. That's where we would like to keep it right now, and kind of see where it goes, see how popular it truly becomes, and if it is a great amenity that has to be accommodated. I don't believe that necessarily this will fund it, but it might, and so I think it'll have a discussion in the future. But it's a good point to bring up because it's something that's happening.
Yeah, definitely. Rachel?
Yeah, just to tag on to that, I was just in Boise, Idaho, and Western Interstate region, and there was a presentation on some of their outdoor amenities and around the community of McCall, which is more touristy oriented, and their area has now bronze medal on the NORBA rating system, for not NORBA, but the
IMBA.
Yeah, and NIMBA. And they said that became a really rapidly increasing problem, and they were quite surprised by how it took off, and that they really ended up needing to work out the conflicts because of the exact same issue you described. And I know we don't really have rangers out there in the winter the same way, at the same magnitude that we do in the summer, and so I think it's going to be something to work with whether you want to or not, and being proactive with those groups would probably be really helpful. And I know we are coming to reauthorization of the open space and trails tax at some point in the future, and it might be a really good opportunity to have done that outreach work in advance and see how it may be accommodated and what places are most appropriate.
We agree.
Okay, any further comments? And I don't think...
Public hearing, and then we'll...
No, this isn't a public hearing.
Oh, it's not. The public hearing's coming.
Yeah, this is the first reading, and but I don't think we have a motion yet.
I'd make a motion to approve adopting the revised Pickett County Nordic Ski Trails Plan.
Second.
Can I have a comment? I want to thank you for doing this. I was part of the first one, so it's nice to have it come back. You waited until I got back here to do it again. I so appreciate that. It's a lot of work, and and the joint relationships, I think, are really critical. Plus, I think the amenity of the community is so multi-purpose, I mean, with the age groups. You know, from the little ones that are out there now to the older people who they don't downhill ski anymore, they Nordic ski. And I think it's critical to maintaining the health and vitality of the community. And it's a job well done. Thank you.
So I like the plan. Really looks nice, and I love the photographs. And I just wanted to warn you, I told Jim Ward his picture is in here. So I think his lawyer's going to be contacting you about getting royalties from the sale of this or something.
Okay. He's going to make a fortune.
Yeah. Either that or he's going to start signing autographs. I don't know. Jim will probably start signing autographs.
He probably will.
Okay, any further comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Where's Jim's picture in here? I didn't notice that.
Okay, next we have a resolution authorizing the Beone Gulch property acquisition.
Hello, and thank you. I guess I'm going to start out here. My name is Dale Will, and I'm the Director of Pickett County Open Space and Trails. I'm joined by Matt Adeletti, who is the Acquisition Manager for the Open Space Trails program. And what we have here is another wonderful opportunity to connect people to public land. And it comes in the form of a contract that we've worked out with the owner of some property in Snowmass Canyon. To orient everyone, this is the Lazy Glen open space that we just purchased here this year that is down just below where the Conoco sits in the canyon, at the bottom of the canyon. And Dan Johns owns the property that's adjacent to the Lazy Glen open space and just upstream. And interestingly enough, his house is on the highway side of the river, but most of the acres of this parcel are over here. This is probably an old gerrymandered 35 plus acre parcel that wanted to have a home site over here next to all these other ones, and so they subdivided off into the lands on the other side of the river, probably thinking that that land over there wasn't worth too much to anybody. Dan's entire property is for sale for $1.7 million. He approached us as a long-term enthusiast of the program and informed us of the existence of access up into Beone's Gulch. And I went up there with him, the Open Space Board went up there with him, and like Wheatley Gulch and also the Arbany Gulch, that both of which we have secured access to, Arbany very recently with our purchase of the old Chuck Cherrick property. This is a beautiful side canyon off of the main stem of the Roaring Fork, and you can see some of the photographs in the packet. But once you're up in Beone proper, you kind of go through a hole in the wall, and the highway disappears, and that beautiful little Red Rock Canyon meanders its way on uphill. I followed a single track up on the BLM land quite a ways, and there's evidence of old ranching up there. There's old barbed wire fences and things on the BLM land. I don't think there's been any grazing leased up there in a long time, but once upon a time there certainly was. And there's an intermittent creek comes down the canyon. It doesn't flow this time of year. So Dan Johns has offered to sell the county approximately 34 acres, dividing the property down the middle of the Roaring Fork River, and something that we can do before closing through the county's subdivision exemption for acquisition of county-owned open space. And the price we've reached is $190,000, which is a nice breath of fresh air to not have to buy this house and therefore pay a lot for this. It would also add on to the Lazy Glen open space. It's contiguous to it. In fact, John and I have been talking about how you would actually do this and whether a subdivision exemption or maybe even a lot line adjustment building on the county's existing parcel here might be another way to do it. You'll notice in the ordinance that I've prepared as a draft, we also would like to reserve the ability to later convey an interest in this property, and the reason for that is that we have also a similar reservation for Dr. Kiryanov's old house here, and that house is so close to the existing boundary between these two parcels that in looking at that, we think that it might be advantageous to the county to have some flexibility to increase the buffer a little bit around that house if you all later decide to convey it to somebody. Now that's not a foregone conclusion, and that's power that would remain with the county to decide whether to do that, but we have included that flexibility in the proposed ordinance. As we normally do when we're looking at a new portal onto an area that may have important wildlife values, our intention would be after closing to not open this to the public until we've had an opportunity to do our wildlife studies and undertake consultation with the BLM and the CPW about it. But I'm very pleased to be able to recommend to you that we acquire this so that the county can decide whether or not the public should be getting up and down yet another one of these beautiful side canyons along the Roaring Fork.
George?
So Dale, what would the access be for the public?
The access?
Yes,
There's,
parking and
oh, well,
trail access.
Parking, we have an existing lot at the Arbany, what do we call this?
Arciero.
Arciero, thank you, Steve. Trailhead here. We also are in the very beginning throes of doing a management plan for the Lazy Glen open space. So if we determine that this is not adequate in the existing lot here, well, we've got plenty of room over here, and we've got a license agreement with RAFTA to be able to use this existing driveway that comes through here for public as well as administrative purposes.
And then would you be able to, there's actually currently a trail right at the base?
There is a trail that emanates up off the Rio Grande, gets onto an old ditch easement and climbs up and gets to the BLM.
My question was, is that the ditch easement that you see running across about
This?
midway? Yeah.
No, that's actually left over from Source Gas when they...
Oh, is there a line that went through there?
Right, in fact...
I just couldn't figure out what that
Yeah, that's an underground pipeline, and we're currently working with the landowner for a weed mitigation program, because that was not re-vegged all that successfully, and Dan Johns wasn't really aware of it, but in doing our due diligence, we've become aware of it. So we're escrowing $3,000 under the proposed contract to make sure that the weed management on that stripe gets caught up with.
And
where
there's
it
no
needs to.
easements, there's no utility easements or anything that run over that.
Well, there's a utility easement, but it's not an exclusive easement, so we can go over the top of it with a public
Okay.
trail.
And there's no, but the electric lines are up higher? Where are the electric, isn't there a major electric line that comes
Yeah, there is.
through there?
There are several different, actually quite a few different utility easements
Right.
on this property. I don't know exactly.
But so there are, but we will note that and make, because, you know, with our issues with open space and other purposes of use, and that would be grandfathered in for those utility easements, would be my understanding.
Well, right. In fact, we're just now getting our hands on the title commitment. Typically, the way these things go is once we're under contract, the county still has an opportunity to accept or reject the condition of title, and we haven't completed that. I don't know
They'll be
that
working
John's
on that.
office has even seen the title commitment, but certainly if there is some kind of burden on the property that would make it impossible for us to do the things that I'm suggesting we're going to try to do, then we will bring that back to your attention.
Right, or just
and
clarify it in them. The other question I have is the ditch. That's the ditch that runs from Snowmass Creek under the road and comes up and then runs up to the Lazy Glen property, right?
That ditch does traverse the property right in between the river and the
Right, and then runs over to the Lazy Glen property.
There's also a historic ditch that there's chunks of an old wooden flume that come around that bend that you
Right,
can
there.
see up on the hill,
Yeah.
but we haven't had a chance to research what that was all about. It hasn't held any water in a long time, but
I don't think it could hold any.
it's up there.
And the only other question too I had was, and then so that will be connecting the river access easement from Lazy Glen through this parcel, so we'll be extending that.
Correct. We do have an existing fishing easement that must have come about in an earlier land use approval of some kind that's to the high water mark. But by acquiring this outright, we'll gain much more flexibility as far as where the public can actually walk
We can
along.
add that to our fishing easement inventory, which would be great. Okay, thank you.
George?
Yeah, I think it's great that we're able to secure public access to our public lands.
My question is, once you enter BLM land or Forest Service land, this past weekend I took a walk up Red Canyon, and once I crossed into Forest Service land, I had thistle taller than myself, literally. And so, who actually, we want to utilize these properties, what sort of partnership, or who sort of takes the responsibility in terms of actually providing maintenance on these trails that we're going to provide to the public?
Are you asking about the federal land side or the county?
The federal land. So once you enter BLM and once you enter Forest Service land that we've actually purchased access to for the public.
In this case, I didn't see many weeds up there, but in general, the problem of weeds on public lands is an enormous problem, and we've had our own challenges this summer with all the moisture that we had, but the Forest Service has got greater challenges between the magnitude of the problem and the limitations on their budget. We've dabbled with some partnerships where we're spending a little bit of county open space money on federal land, for example with the smuggler-hunter cooperative projects. But in general, we haven't wanted to slide too far down that slope, because we as a community have chosen to fund our land management a lot better than the United States as a community has chosen to fund its land management. So
Yeah, I just think it's an issue as we, again, as we purchase different accesses to these public lands, the maintenance. So again, if I use Red Canyon as an example, I probably had to crawl under and and climb over probably half dozen different felled trees. And so I don't know if we can develop a partnership with Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers or the Horse Council or the bikers, but somehow, if we're saying we're purchasing these lands for access into public lands, we have to make sure that they're actually accessible.
I agree, and I guess my best answer at this point is right now we have an opportunity to secure legal access from the Rio Grande Trail to the BLM land. The question of how it's all managed is going to go on for generations, and hopefully we'll be able to enter into appropriate agreements, or we'll be able to help the federal agencies undertake appropriate management with their properties going forward.
This is a terrific opportunity that sort of, I mean, we weren't aware of it up until we got this packet, but it's kind of a thing, opportunity falling into our laps. I just wanted to give a little historical perspective to file away, and you mentioned the fences up the Beone Gulch, and the Arbony brothers used to have the grazing permit up there for 80 cows. That they would go up what's now the Arbony Kittle Trail, and the cattle would want to come down all of these different draws, and so they were, I'm sure they must have had fences to keep them from coming down into Wheatley and coming down here until they wanted them to. But one of the daughters of Alu Beone lives in Glenwood Springs and might be able to give some, photographs or historical perspective of both this and the, the Lazy Glen property also. So that would be a resource I think we should look into.
I'm told that there's an old structure that's sitting down in this cluster of buildings. It's kind of up on jack stands. It's an old building of some kind, and Dan Johns told me that was Beone's home, and it got moved around and actually served as the post office and old snowman for a while.
That's pretty cool.
But I haven't had a chance to verify any of that. So there's some. I'd love to get my hands on photographs.
So I'll make a note to look her name up and get the contact information to you or Janet or whoever to be looking into that.
Would you like a motion?
Yeah, I'd like a motion, definitely.
I'll do a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing acquisition of the, how do you pronounce it? Bone?
Well, Beone is how they pronounced it. We could check with their daughter and see if they still call it that way.
It looks like Bionaz to me, but.
Is that another thing from Aosta? I wonder.
Yeah, with Gulch property.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve this ordinance. Is there any further discussion?
I want to thank the Johns family and Heidi Worth. I think this is a great opportunity. So thank them.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have 3 ordinances approving underground right-of-way easements for source gas.
It's just coming back over.
Picken County Capital Leasing Corporation with the City of Aspen and Quest Corporation doing business as CenturyLink. Jody?
Jody Smith, Facility Superintendent.
I'm Patrick Raleigh with Stan Clausen Associates, working with Jody.
So Patrick's here if there's any technical questions about the reason why we're doing this. But let me give you a brief summary. This is 3 different ordinances for the utility easement back here in the back lot. The background on that is that we've been working on this for a couple of years. We first had to do we were vacating some property back here. It was an old alleyway and it was missed. The rest of the alley corridor that went down the Mill Street alley to the library.
6 years ago.
Yeah, so that was vacated at some point, but they missed this 10 by 90 square foot piece out behind our building, which was where our stairs are and where our electrical panel and that concrete pad where people are parking their motorcycle. So that was vacated, and part of that vacation required a couple of things from the city. So the reason that we vacated that, we were also looking at merging 2 lots together. That was, the courthouse plaza was on one lot, and then the courthouse and the jail were one lot. And so we thought, for the purposes of better management, the possibility for redevelopment, to merge those 2 lots. So that was done by the city, and we did the rezoning, we vacated, and part of the requirements for that were to eliminate a 20-foot easement, which was no longer required in the back there. And then there was also a conditional approval that we move the utility easement to where the actual utilities are. So that was off, and so that was a requirement. So this is kind of a housekeeping item, is to make that in alignment so that we can get our plat recorded and get these easements, the ordinances signed on that. So with that, I would just like to also point out one other thing, is that we did notice that we have 2 typos on the ordinances in the title, so we will fix that for a second reading. God, I wanted to catch that before you did.
Also, you could have my signature on the signature page correct also for
Okay.
legal name.
Okay.
So,
All right,
I have a
any
question.
questions?
I have a question. Do you need 3 separate motions?
It's up to John.
Up to John. I'm looking at you, Mr. Ely.
Are there 3 separate ordinances?
3 separate ordinances.
We can move their acceptance on first reading together, but ultimately we'll need to do 3 separate votes to reflect the passage of each ordinance.
So the 3, could you explain the three exact entities that these are with, just so we...
Sure. It's the City of Aspen Utility, the Source Gas, and Quest, which is doing business as CenturyLink.
Okay,
So
so
those are
for the
3 in
electric,
one.
the gas, and the phone line.
Correct.
Okay. Michael?
Jody, there's no documentation, no mapping or anything like that in our packet, online.
Right. We have, Jeanette has the ordinances, and then she also has the actual plat that moves those for the chair's signature. And I'm happy to give those to you and include them in the second reading if you'd like.
Yeah, I just, I do it often, that if we just talk about something, go like this.
Back there.
But we're really not explaining to the public what we're talking about. And so maps of some sort that are displayed,
Okay.
and that we can talk about in a rational kind of way,
Okay.
would be great.
So I'll make a motion, unless there's more questions. I'll make a motion to approve 3 ordinances, approving underground right-of-way easements for source gas distribution between Pickens County and the Pickens County Capital Leasing Corporation with the City of Aspen Quest Corporation doing business as CenturyLink. This will pass these 3 ordinances on first reading, set for second reading on October 28th.
Second.
And public hearing on 28th.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the 3 ordinances on first reading. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have an ordinance about the trail easement from Aspen Valley Ranch. And John, are you carrying this one?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve. What the board has in front of it this afternoon for consideration is a first reading of an ordinance to accept the trail easement. The board has discussed this at length as part of the reevaluation and amendment of approvals for development at Aspen Valley Ranch. Most recently, just a couple of weeks ago, the board entertained a request on putting off the deadline for the construction of this very trail. The trail will run and connect Rio Grande Trail system up into Red Canyon. It will traverse property that is under the ownership and control of the Aspen Valley Ranch. The requirement, or the reason we're doing this, is to comply with the Home Rule Charter. The trail alignment and its the various segment locations were all approved by the board previously as part of the development approval. It took a while to negotiate the exact language of the easement itself, but this ordinance is to accomplish the acceptance of the actual easement language. The primary discussions were in regard to the physically challenged segment of the trail system, which is the lowest segment, and it presented, I guess, several decision points for the county and for the property owner to make in order to establish that trail segment, consistent with the board's earlier approval of the development application, the amendments to the previous development approvals. So, at any rate, this easement is in line with the board's previous requirements in the development approval process, and it comes with a management plan which is not approved particularly by the board through an ordinance process, but that management plan has also been reviewed by Gary Tenenbaum with Open Space and Trails for consistency of their operations. In other words, an ability to assume a management role once the trail is constructed by the property owner, and it has been accepted by the Open Space and Trails staff. If there are no other questions, I don't have anything further to add.
Michael?
John, the one difficulty I have with it, and it concerns the disabled path, was the requirement for asking for permission from Open Space and Trails. That just seemed to me unnecessary and burdensome and sort of contrary to ease of use. And so I'd ask the commissioners to reject that part of it and just allow people to sort of self-declare, as they would under ADA, that they have a disability and they're going to go up the trail. You know, we don't do that on any of our other trails, and we don't do it for our bathrooms, we don't do it for anything. I don't want this to be the exception to that. So, then on page 3, on item 7, you have about 3 lines down, AVR shall obtain at its expense, and I think you want that to be apostrophe, S apostrophe, not ITS. Right.
Good catch.
So that's, and I'd ask the board to consider that.
And for reference, the physically challenged trail segment that Michael's referring to is on page 6 of the drafted trail easement in paragraph 19.
Where is it online, Michael?
It's way the hell down here somewhere.
It's under number 19 is the
Number 19.
paragraph heading, if that helps, George.
Yeah, 19, physically
19, okay.
challenged.
I got it, thank you.
Steve, can I?
Yeah.
John, I agree. Living with somebody who's physically challenged and the access and ease, the ability for people with disabilities, it's tough enough to do this, let alone making it even tougher. Is there a reason why?
You would not believe, I guess, where the initial starting position of the discussion began, and without going through all of that history, this is where it was reduced to. The ownership of the difficulty of obtaining a permit to use the trail. The lease is processed through Pickens County as opposed to the property owner themselves, which is where it began, along with quite a few other hurdles. At any rate, but it's a well-made comment and does reflect something that is quite different than any other trail that the county is involved in or has a management role in.
Yeah.
Rachel?
You know, I can see exactly what Michael's saying, and it struck me a little funny too. But I also would like to maybe play devil's advocate with it for a moment. First, I think it might be something that this permit, because we're the ones creating it and through Open Space and Trails, could be a permanent. It's not a permit, not just for one trip, but that you've already kind of certified or obtained it, and that's it. You know, you have it.
That's true. That's how it would be managed.
So it'd be a ongoing. It wouldn't expire. But the challenge of what I'm going to say as a devil's advocate is that, you know, an awful lot of people might look at that and say, hey, I don't want to have to go up this hillside rough trail. I'm going to go straight in and save my energy for when I get into the backcountry. And I'm just going to go straight up the road. And then it would be back onto us for policing it that people who were not physically challenged were using this other trail segment. And do we want to have a ranger there all the time to see who is or who is not using that trail segment, or have it come back to us with photographs of, look, these are 4 healthy teenagers who are taking the shortcut. What are you going to do about it, Pickens County? And it sounds like it would create a management issue for us, because we've said, hey, we don't want any permits, you can't permit, but this trail's only for physically challenged individuals, the rest have to go over here. How do we make that happen? And so, I'm not trying to say I think Michael's wrong or that this provision is great or anything like that, but I can see a flip side of it, of saying, oh boy, you know, whose responsibility, whose monetary responsibility is it now? And it raises the question of what would, quote, a penalty be for someone who is not physically challenged using this trail? Are they then trespassing because they use that trail under false pretenses? You know, and so I do think that there is another side to this that we should look at. Now, I'm not saying I like this solution. I mean, I'll be the first to say that. And maybe we send it back for further work with the applicants. But I do think there's a flip side to it.
George?
Is there going to be any signages?
There will be signage, yes.
And for both trails?
To identify the physically challenged trail versus the alternative trail, yes.
So I guess I would agree with Michael. It seems like if you're going to have signages and saying this trail is only dedicated for physically challenged people, whether they get a permit or not, you still may have an enforcement issue, right? Because I could ignore that. So I'm not going to, you know, I'm here in the trailhead. I'm not going to, it's on a Sunday. I'm going to try to contact Open Space and Trails to go for a hike. No, I'm just going to go. So at some point, we just have to rely on our signages and word of mouth and our rangers to educate the public that this trail is specifically for physically challenged, and here's another trail that everyone can access. And frankly, I walked up on both of these trails last Sunday, and the trail that's not physically handicapped is actually going to be a very easy trail. Certainly the one that's physically handicapped is flat, so it's going to be very obvious. But I think signage is going to do what we want to do, because in either way we would have an enforcement nightmare.
Okay, but again, I guess my question is for John. If someone who's not physically challenged is using this trail, would the owners of the ranch have an ability to call the sheriff and say, hey, there's someone trespassing, they do not have permission to use this trail. The only people who can use this trail are physically handicapped, and now we've got 4 teenagers going up there. What else are we implying by?
And that type of a scenario was a big part of the back and forth dialogue. as it resolved into the current profile, there is still this burden to contact Open Space and Trails for this permit or registration step. But whether somebody does that or not, whether somebody ignores a sign or whether somebody just wants to shortcut, all enforcement mechanisms revolve back to the county. The county is free to administer those enforcement alternatives as the county sees fit. It does not implicate a revocation of the trail. It does not implicate the involvement of the sheriff's office. It would precipitate a phone call to the county through Open Space and Trails Department, and if this is a weekend event, probably not until a couple of days later, and then for the county to determine what steps to take. So the decision point comes back to us there. The use, however, of a permit system was something that the property owner felt was important because they did not want to have the trail abused and saw that step as something that would go further than signage or anything else to ensure that the trail was used as the county commission determined it should be used at the development approval stage. In other words, just for physically challenged individuals and not just the open public.
Can I ask, sorry, can I just follow up on one quick
Sure.
question? Would that signage, would that physically handicapped trail be accessible for horseback, for bicyclists, as well as for walkers, hikers?
It would be available for anybody who's physically challenged. If they are in a wheelchair or if they are in a motorized or something else, then they can use it. There's no restriction as to how somebody who is physically challenged has to use the trail, consistent with the overall use profile, which is to allow equestrians, etc. I think there's nobody from the property owners here. I don't want to put a position into their mouths, say, but I guess they were anticipating a consequence where somebody who was appeared to be otherwise able-bodied was using the trail. And if somebody's riding a horse, that would certainly be one. Or if somebody is walking, talking, and running down the trail, then that might be something else. But the situation I didn't want to see, and I thought would be inconsistent with the board's approval, was a situation where the property owner then became an enforcer of the use of the trail, such that the property owner could then contact someone, or the property owner could inquire of that person, or the property owner could card somebody coming onto the trail at the gatehouse or at the property line. And none of those things are part of this trail easement. But nonetheless, as Michael said, there is a burden of this permit.
No, Michael?
It isn't readily apparent who is disabled or not. You can't tell on sight. There's a wide spectrum. And I think, with signage and with an honor system and courtesies, this can work out. And we would be going against virtually all of the ADA, which is an important legislative act in the United States, if we were all of a sudden to say disabled people have to get permits for the use of the trail. Now, I suppose, in the long run, there might be abuse of this, but we can handle that. And the worst abuse is to ask people to seek permission to use a trail that is specifically reserved for their abilities. And I just don't think it's the right thing to do. I don't think it's right to step back in history and permit people here. The origin of this trail was that the county owns a right-of-way through this ranch. It owns it. And it was recognized by previous owners. It's recognized by this owner. We're just saying And we've gone a long way to accommodate this owner in terms of rerouting the trail to an area that's more convenient to the present owner. We've gone, and I think we've gone more than halfway with this owner. But the idea of permitting disabled people just goes against my judgment, quite frankly. I imagine getting a permit for the rail trail. I mean, it just doesn't work. If there's abuse, we'll take care of it. But I don't foresee abuse of this at all.
Oh, Patty.
Yeah, I agree with all these comments. I mean, again, really understanding the issues for disabled in this community. But for our Open Spaces and Trails Board to have to determine who's disabled or not in order to give a permit, do they have to have a letter from their doctor like you do for a parking permit? You just go in there and you limp, or you, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't put that onus back on Open Space and Trails to make that determination and say you're disabled, you're not, or go to your doctor and give me a letter. I mean, I think that's ridiculous. I totally agree with Michael and with George. Put some signage up there, like we sign up all other trails. I use the Braille Trail a lot because my husband, it's a good trail for him to go out onto, and it's beautiful there, and you don't have to prove that you can't see to use the Braille Trail. I mean, it's a very neat area to take people who are disabled. And I'm pretty adamant, in agreement, and I thank Michael for bringing it up. I think the signage and the way we enforce things, and I don't know how that's going to affect any agreements, but I am not going to let this go through with that section in there.
Did you have?
Yeah, Richard.
Yeah, you know, I'm in full agreement with Patty saying and Mike saying. I think there's a big difference in that this is through private property and those are obviously public lands. But I'm just concerned about how it relates back to Section 8 on page 4 of default. If a responsible party fails to discharge its obligation hereunder, the other party may give written notice to the responsible party. If the responsible party, and we would be that, it does not cure any failure within 60 days after receipt of such notice, then the non-defaulting party shall have the right but not the obligation to cure such failure. And so that means Aspen Valley Ranch could decide that they need to post somebody, and those persons will look everybody over and decide, and then they can bill us for it. They can, accompanied by invoices setting forth in reasonable detail the costs incurred by the party to cure if their belief or their photographs are, you know, our rangers aren't out there enough or anything like that. And so I'm just concerned with how these interrelate, and I'm not in favor of a permit system. I'll make that as clear as possible. I'm just saying, you know, to say, well, we'll take care of it later. Well, we will, but we will be passing on an agreement that may be fundamentally flawed, and future boards have to deal with lawsuits and time spent. And are you going to reimburse us the cost of having this person because you guys don't have a ranger there all the time, and we've had 5 abuses this summer? I'm just saying there's some issues there, and that's all I'm trying to point out. I'm willing to go forward with it and let it ride and see what happens, but I would rather you know, table this or continue it and have John talk to the parties and see where it goes from there.
Steve, can I, Rachel brings up a good point, but the fact is how is the guy at the gate going to determine if I go through there and say, you're not disabled, and I say, yes, I am. Well, prove to me you're disabled. I mean, the onus would go back to the owners of the property to prove that they had 5 people who were not disabled. What gives them the ability to determine whether or not my husband is disabled or he's not? I mean, his disabilities don't show, like, you know.
I agree entirely with you.
But I'm just saying is that I understand your point, but in response to, you know, regarding the default paragraph, would the onus be back on the property owner then to prove to us that there'd been 5 breaches or 1 breach? And then how do they have the credentials or the ability to tell me you're disabled and you're not? I don't see that from a medical background, and again, living with somebody who's disabled, that's in some cases not an easy thing to do.
Well,
and I don't know how they could come back and do that.
Under the ADA, all you have to do is make a credible assertion that you have a disability, and that's it. There's no proof necessary, there's nothing. So that's how it would be done with a ranger. A ranger stops someone and says, excuse me, but do you have a disability? And that person makes a credible assertion that they have a disability. That's it. They don't have to explain what the disability is. They don't have to explain how it limits them. They just have to make a credible assertion of a disability. So it's fairly wide open, but you're going to have to depend on people's good nature and goodwill that they're not going to abuse this trail. And I don't think there's going to be any financial damage to the county if we have a case of abuse of one person abusing the trail.
In fact, that procedure would be the precise way any type of permit would be issued by open space. I am here for a permit to use the
Here's your
physical
permit.
channel. I have a disability. Here's your permit.
We'd have to go back to that if this failed.
Well, you know, it's up to the board. I don't have a problem with recommending this simply because of the mileage that it reflects in coming to this point. However, like I said, Michael's comment was well made. This does throw a burden in there. And if the rest of the board members haven't keyed in on the particular language, it's in paragraph number 19, the second paragraph, the second sentence. It seems to me the board has two different options, either to accept this on first reading with the deletion of that sentence, the requirement for users to first obtain a permit from open space and trails, or to simply table this without a date certain, and I'll go back to the property owners and say that this language was unacceptable for that inclusion.
We have Janet Schuberlein is here, and she's one person who would be using this trail and has used it. Janet, would you like to make any comments about this section at this time? We will have further public hearing in at least 2 weeks' time from now. If you wanted to not say anything today and say comments then, that would be fine.
Thank you. I don't think I have any comments.
Okay. I wanted to give you that opportunity. George?
You know, the public, a small portion of the public abuses our trails. They abuse lots of laws, and we have ways to deal with that. And so if there's an obvious case of abuse, if there's 5 guys riding their mountain bike on the trail, that could be reported to the open space. The open space would still have the ability to use their ability to fine through our Title 10, as they do fine for people who are walking dogs off leash on our trails. So we have an ability to address the rare occurrences where it may be abused, similar to any of our other open space and trails maintenance and regulations. So I would just approve this on first reading with the deletion of this sentence and let the owners know that's how it's going to be. And leave it at that.
With that paragraph, or?
Of this, it's in section 19, the second paragraph, second sentence.
The deletion of that.
And I haven't weighed in on this. I agree with you entirely, Michael. And I point out that there's the trail segment B, that if they construct that, that would be the way the disabled people would need to go in the main trail, and then they would cut across back over to the driveway, farther up the driveway. It would be the same situation there, where, you know, some people are probably going to take that one because it looks like an easier trail to go on at that point. And that might even be more people abusing it at that point. But if they do construct that trail segment B, we might have to revisit this again.
Well, you're going to have non-disabled people on this trail because they accompany disabled people.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think it's. I don't think they're going to be hordes of abusers, and not in the sense it's going to damage any interests of the property owner. I just don't see that. Property owner accepted this trail. The county has owned this trail. And we're making accommodations to actually route most of this trail away from a driveway that the applicant is using to a large degree. The county also has asked for historical preservation of resources up there. So there's a very large potato cellar, there's a very large barn, and I think as time goes on, people have trouble imagining this valley as an agricultural valley without any historical references. Both able-bodied people and disabled-bodied people will be able to get a piece of that history when they go up here and see that. And so, getting permission is not necessary. The burdens of being disabled are a burden in and of themselves. And the ADA has recognized that, and let's go forward in a generous, open way and delete this.
Let's make a motion.
Yeah, again, no, I want to thank Michael again, because in reading this, I just got to the disabled part and must miss that you had to have a permit. I was reading that, okay, we do have a physically challenged trail, and I was appreciative of that, which I am. And I'm in full agreement with moving this forward with the deletion of that sentence. And Rachel, I think you have a specific.
Oh, no, I just did what John had said. And leaving the first sentence in is appropriate. The use of the physically challenged trail segment for access by physically challenged individuals will be managed by the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Board. Is that line still accurate? Okay. So
you do a motion with the
next line, the second line of the second paragraph of page 6, section 19 removed.
That was your motion to approve?
I didn't motion it. I thought maybe Mike would want a motion.
No, you're a much better motion maker than me.
Oh, come on, Michael, this is your chance.
No, I don't want to,
Bill's second it. Go ahead and make it.
Well, I'll tell you what, I really agree with Michael too. I mean, I just don't see, I never have. I just don't understand the heightened degree of concern. It's just not going to attract
Yeah.
Okay.
a volume of people to abuse this trail. It just,
George.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, authorizing the chair to execute an amended and restated agreement for grant and acceptance of a trail easement from the Aspen Valley Ranch AH LLC, amended on page 6, section 19, second paragraph, to delete the second sentence of the second paragraph. Individuals who satisfy the above definition of physically challenged and who wish to utilize a physically challenged trail segment must first obtain a permit to do so from Open Space and Trails Board prior to their use of the physically challenged trail segment.
I will second that motion.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All in favor of approving this with the amendment to it, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous.
Thank you again, Michael.
thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up, Michael. Okay, we have 2 more items, and then I suggest after we do those 2, then we take a break before we do land use items. Is that okay with the board? We've been here for over 2 hours. Next up, we have an emergency ordinance approving the 2-year commercial lease agreements with Vector Bank, Colorado, and the James E. Cox Living Trust for the purpose of housing the office of the Pickens County Clerk and Recorder during our courthouse renovation project. John?
Thank you, Steve. This item actually will allow for the execution of 3 separate leases, 1 with Vector Bank and 2 with the Cox Trust. The purpose, of course, is as stated, to find alternative housing for the clerk's office to allow the clerk to conduct business in the county seat as required by state statute, and to hopefully have a seamless transition from one location to the other and not suffer any suspension of services to the public, even for recordation of documents or licenses, or the conduct of election activities, registration and ballot counting and everything that goes along with it. The locations are both obviously here in town. The item is presented as a first reading on an emergency ordinance. Pursuant to the Home Rule Charter, an emergency ordinance goes into effect immediately. It's being offered that way such that work can begin right away in making these two spaces suitable for clerk operations, which will require extensive infrastructure as far as computer services, phone services, and perhaps, well, you never know what you're going to have to do until you get in there with additional infrastructure dealing with those aspects of the clerk's job. It will also allow the county to lock up these spaces with the immediate execution of leases and to move forward with the anticipated renovation of this particular building that we're seated in now. Without these leases being executed and our immediate ability to house the clerk's office someplace here in Aspen, that overall project would perhaps be presented with some difficulties. I'm not sure, John, if you have anything otherwise to add to the profile.
Just answer questions.
Michael?
John, you mentioned the state statute and the county clerk. The county clerk has to be in the county seat of the county?
Yes.
And does that mean all of the clerk's functions also have to be in the county seat?
The statute does not discriminate as to the various functions of the clerk's office.
Which means what?
It means the logical construction and interpretation of the statute is that everything that the clerk does is done in offices within the county seat.
But that's not, but the clerk could also have functions, satellite functions outside of the county seat?
Other than the operation of polling places, which is implicitly acknowledged and provided for in the election code, I don't see the ability for the clerk and recorder's office to have a satellite office to interact with the public. If, for example, the clerk wanted to assign a couple of her staff to work on documents someplace else, that could be affected. But to conduct the interaction with the public, to be open and available for the recordation of documents, say for the property records of the county, or to apply and receive a marriage license, or to register to vote, those activities certainly would have to be here in Aspen.
Steve?
Yeah.
I'm going to support this emergency ordinance, and we'll bring it back for a confirmatory reading the 28th. Is that right, 2 weeks?
Let me check to see when it was published.
I believe so.
I think that's our next. But, and on top of that, I want to thank staff at all levels for their efforts to find space that was within the seat, the city of Aspen, for these services, public services, especially the election. I think that was really critical that we keep that core election right here. And also, I know it was not an easy job for staff because of the challenges that are out there in the community right now between construction, pre-construction, and the cost. And we had to keep that cost in mind at all times when trying to move forward with our new facilities project. And it was a great effort for staff. Took a lot of time, took a lot of energy, took a lot of dedication. And I want to thank staff in moving this forward. And I would like to put out a motion unless there's...
You can make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to approve an emergency ordinance approving 2-year commercial lease agreements with Vector Bank, Colorado, and with the James E. Cox Living Trust for the purpose of housing the office of the Pickett County Clerk and Recorder during the Courthouse Plaza renovation project. And this is 3 leases?
Yes.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Discussion? Rachel?
Yeah, I'd just like to mention that agreeing with Patty fully on staff's work on this, and thankful we were able to secure this. Even on the face of it, seems like a very high rent. I think there's a lot of higher rent going in town. And just want to comment that the nature of this being an emergency ordinance is exactly that. So our staff can move quickly to close on this and not lose the opportunity and be forced back into shopping the market again. So thank you very much.
Thank God.
Thank you. Yeah, I would completely agree with that. The rents are high in Aspen, and this was one of the better deals we could arrange, and it's going to be kind of odd that the clerk will actually be in three different locations, but they're in close proximity to each other, and two of them are in the same building actually. So I'm curious when the transition day comes, is the clerk going to be able to close on one day and open the next day over there, or will the clerk's office have to be closed for a couple of moving days when the actual transition happens?
Our goal is going to be continuity. We have a lot of coordination to do with the state, and so it's difficult for us to answer that question until we know what their timelines are and what their schedule will be for implementing the networks that John Ely was referring to. They're not county networks, they're state networks, so that's going to be a critical milestone, not in our control, but certainly our goal is going to be around continuity of business, and I know that's something that Janice is emphasizing also with us quite a bit.
Right.
So it might be closing on a Friday afternoon and staff working on Saturday to do the move and then open up on Monday, perhaps, or something like that.
We'll do everything possible to make it.
And so we'll keep the board updated on the transitions. Like I said, we've got some critical milestones that aren't in our control right now that we've got to nail down. And as we get closer to those dates, we can update the board on what that transition will look like.
And we do a lot of public outreach as well.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I think obviously we have to do a lot of outreach with the public because they're going to come here to get married, and there won't be anybody here to do it, and they're going to be upset.
But it'll only be a couple blocks away, which is a good news. So.
We'll make sure there's good signage. People are still coming here for the housing office, so we need to make sure there's good signage.
We already have a good theme for next year's presidential election to make sure everybody registers to vote. We've moved, have you moved? So we'll be campaigning.
I can truly relate to that one.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of approving this emergency ordinance, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Break?
And
one more. God.
we're going to do one more.
We've got a lot of business.
This is an
This is in that
individual
different category.
consideration item, and this will be a public hearing, the second reading on the resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2015 budget.
We're seeking approval for these supplemental items which have occurred from, I think, June through September. You've seen all of these items and have preliminarily approved them. I believe that about 75% of the monetary activity is related to the library construction project, so there's not a lot here outside of that. Are there any questions on any of these items?
I'll do my usual. No changes from the first reading.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to comment on this at this time? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'd move to approve a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2015 budget for June through September.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the resolution. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Thank you,
objections?
John.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before we move on to our land use items, we'll take a break. How many minutes does board want?
Minimum, but no more than half an hour.
15.
15 minutes, so people can go to the corner store if they need to.
A little coffee.
We'll take up that. Okay, welcome back to the Wednesday, October 14th, Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. Next on our agenda is the Barry Weimiller Group Incorporated and Aspen Glow Real Estate Special Review for Special Events Venue. Mike?
Thanks, Steve. Mike Kramer with Pickens County Planning Staff. And as you said, Barry Weimiller Group Incorporated and Aspen Glow Real Estate Development Group Incorporated. And they have filed 2 applications for special event venues. And this is really an update to the board of the happening since the applications have been filed. 2 separate properties are the subject of these applications, one at 100 East River Road and one at 1900 Lower River Road, both in Woody Creek. And Patrick is here representing the applicants and filed applications for our venue status for properties. And if you remember, the special events venue code amendments were part of all those special event code amendments we did earlier in the year. And one of the code was being amended to streamline our process for special events. And in those code amendments, we also addressed venue properties. And if you remember, venue properties are properties that are having more than 3 events on their property for commercial purposes. And when the applications were filed, staff reviewed them, and then in working with the applicant, we further got clarification of the proposed use for these properties. Now, with these applications, they were publicly noticed, and we also received considerable letters from the community. Some of those were provided in your packet. Patrick also dropped off 2 more here at the hearing. And we also had an opposition letter from the Woody Creek Caucus. And as you saw, attached to staff's memo was an additional letter from Patrick that further clarified what the proposed use of these properties would be. And Patrick and his client are representing that these 2 properties will not be used for commercial purposes, and they will not hold special events that meet the definition of a special event. In essence, they are showing us that these are all private events that are hosted by the owner of these 2 properties. And as we were deliberating earlier in the year and we approved that special event ordinance, you'll remember that we actually exempted private parties from getting special event permits. We have the code here too if you'd like to hear the language. So with that letter, staff has determined that these properties do not need the special event venue status, and that they will operate as a residence and then with private parties as represented in the application. So it's a little bit weird, I know, that we're here and we're still talking about it, but because this was a publicly noticed public hearing and we had such numerous letters in support and then also the caucus weighing in opposition, we thought that it would be good to update the board at the hearing instead of just withdrawing the application and not giving an explanation of what happened. So that's what happened, and you can see Patrick's addendum with the letters of support and in opposition. And if you'd like any clarification or have any questions for me, I can try and answer those.
Michael?
Where's 100 East River Road?
100 East River Road is north of Lower River Road. And I'd have to show you on a map, but that's the address for the property.
Is it a county road?
I don't know at East River Roads.
Where's the affidavit of public notice in there?
It's the, what was formerly known as the Danger Main property, which was purchased by the Barry Weimiller Group. And it is adjacent to the large development parcel that was known as the Pillsbury parcel and the Gallardi parcel now.
Do we have any mapping of that?
Yeah, I'm gonna put one up here, Michael.
So the county named driveways, roads?
No, that has always been the, you'll remember that I was the planner on the redevelopment of that property and the reestablishment of the employee dwelling unit and all of that. And the address always given was that 100 North River Road, and I frankly never questioned that, Michael, so I can't answer that.
We just called it Danger House.
I'll look right here and see what the assessor says.
Okay, let's see if we can't get a glare there.
You're good.
Okay, vicinity map of the area, and it's hard because of the glare, obviously. These are parcel boundaries, and then this is 100 East River Road, right here. And then the property to the south is right here, and that is 1900 Lower River Road.
So so you have highlights, these white areas, it's kind of high contrast. There's white areas and dark areas. And you just pointed to a dark area and said that's...
Would you like to explain?
Sure, go, I mean, if that's okay with Michael. I wasn't prepared to put a map up, and this is what we have.
Yeah.
If I may explain, Patrick Crawley, Stan Clausen Associates, that is a map, Michael, that is part of our public notice affidavit, and the white delineates the properties that are within 300 feet. So that is just an addendum that we add to the affidavit. So the white is just indicating that those are the properties within 300 feet of the property that's not shaded, which happens to be 100.
And that's the center one?
Yeah, that's the property that is Barry Waymiller, commonly known as Redstone Ranch.
Okay, so we're just talking about, that's the one property.
That is one of the two properties.
Okay.
And does the other one show on here also?
It is shown on there. It is one of the shaded on the lower right-hand corner.
This
That's
one?
correct, yes. That is Aspen Glow Real Estate Development LLC. That would be a correction that we have ink in the
And that's that's some fish, some
Cold stream trout, yes.
Cold stream trout, okay. I've actually been to 2 events there, so I know where that one is, but I didn't know where the other one was.
What type of events were they, Steve?
Well, I'll talk about that later. George.
It's hard to tell on the, what sort of events that you were planning, but are any of these events corporate events?
They are not corporate events. They are private personal gatherings of the owner of the property. We discussed that with Lance and Mike and the entities that are associated with them, but they are all private gatherings of the owner. So no, they are not corporate events. They are private gatherings.
Are they private gatherings for members of a corporation?
It is a possibility that they could be a member of a corporation, but again, the key is that they are private events hosted by the property owner.
So a private event could be a meeting of the board of directors of a corporation?
That is one possibility, yes.
So is there a clear definition or differentiation between a commercial event and a non-commercial event in terms of use?
When we did the code amendment, George, we didn't define commercial, but I think if we looked in the dictionary, commercial would be, exchange of money. But if it helps, should I read the section in the code?
Yeah.
Steve,
Sure, please.
So maybe what I'll do is I can start off with the definition of a special event, and then I'll read what we exempted them from a private party special event. So a special event means an organized event or a group activity at one or more specified locations which takes place over a single day or several consecutive days, at which a group of persons may gather with or without the payment of an admission charge. A special event that A, takes place at a property or in a building or structure that has received a special review use permit authorizing that type of event, such as a special events venue. B, occurs as part of a day-to-day operation of a school, religious center, community center, athletic field, or similar building or structure or site that was constructed and is primarily used as a place for community gathering. Or C, is authorized at a ski area or a public institutional master plan which shall not require a special events permit. Special events include, but are not limited to, the following and similar activities: athletic events including organized races and competitive group activities, entertainment events including a concert, carnival, festival, or fair, fundraiser, trade show, and wedding, block party, neighborhood gathering, or similar type of group celebration. So that's how we defined it.
So, you started off with saying that a special event could be with or without an admission charge. So it's a little nebulous in terms of how you might define commercial and non-commercial event. If I wanted to hold more than 3 weddings in my house, would I then have to go before a special event permit?
So I'll go on to further read this part. It does talk about private events hosted on the private property that's owned or leased by someone. So I'll just read this here too. It says here, a private and or non-commercial special event that takes place within the Aspen or Basalt urban growth boundary or within the rural area of Pickens County, and we excluded rural and remote in that too, on private property that is owned or leased by the person or persons who are having the special event is exempt from the requirement to obtain a special event permit. So that means that if you own the property or lease it and you're having a private party, you are not required to get a special event permit.
And that's why we're here.
We're here, well, we're here because they filed the applications and we're updating the board on their representation of their future use of the property.
As private events.
As private events, yeah.
Now, the two times I went to the property was for the Christ Episcopal Church, and St. Peter's had an annual, different years I went to an annual church service on a Sunday morning where both the congregations went. It was open to anybody in the public could go to it if they, because it was the two churches, and the parking seemed to be a problem, but they were able to accommodate the cars parking here and there, because it was quite a group of people going to it. But I was kind of curious if it was actually a residence at that time or what was the property used for. And this was before I was a commissioner that I was there, but and John Peacock said he had gone to 2 of the, it was like celebrations of the other group that was mentioned. I don't recall the name right now.
Our community listens.
Yeah. And John had been there and I don't know of which of the 2 properties he'd been to, but it was like a celebration of the people who'd participated in that.
And if I can just add too on that, Patrick and I did discuss the church gathering that is on the property, and it is open to the public, and that does qualify as a special event. And he is aware that a special event permit is needed for that event going forward, and he plans to apply for that permit when the time comes. And as far as the community listens, we actually talked at great length what that event is and what that means. And as I understand, the community listens events happen at a location that's somewhere else, not at these 2 properties. And at the concluding dinner, the property owner invites the attendees of the community listens program over at his house for dinner. And we went round and round on what that meant and came to the conclusion that these were invited attendees and was also a private event too. So it does not qualify under the special events definition.
So, I don't know how much there is for us to discuss if it's, except this is listed as a public hearing, and that's one thing we need to see if there's any further public comment. Rachel?
Yeah, I just wanted to go over with Mike a little, how do you make the determination that it is a private, personal gathering?
Well, as represented in the application and then further clarified when we were reviewing this thing, it seems that the applicant is showing us that these are not events that are open to the public. And I always try and trying to distinguish between public and private events. A public event is an event that you or I could go to. We could sign up, we could pay the ticket fee, or we could enter the race, and that's a public event, and we have always captured those events. A private event, I always give the analogy of having your friends over for a poker game. You don't need a special event permit to do that. And furthermore, if it's non-commercial, that's the other distinction in the code. We didn't go as far to define commercial and non-commercial in the ordinance we did, but if there was a renting of the property for its use, we would capture that in this code, in our code amendment earlier this 2015. And what Patrick is representing is that this is not a rental of the property. These are all parties and gatherings that are private, not open to you or I, and that are not commercial, meaning that he is not renting the property. And that's how we distinguish that.
I wanted to finish off. Yeah, and then I guess what I was wondering a little bit about is this relationship. And I appreciate your being here. That's not so much to you as to a new code that's coming into play, and do we have our definitions lined up. But when a property like this is owned by a group Inc., it gets a little harder in my mind to say who is the residential owner. I mean, do we know who all the owners of the LLC are to know who is the residential owner, or is it a group that then can hold private gatherings? Because it starts to veer into that this is a commercial or corporate type of property, and it's been the issue that has been raised by others of, wait a second, you approve a residential home, it's bought by a corporation, and then as an annual bonus, every week, a year, a different tenant gets to come and stay for a week. And isn't that a kind of a rental by default, or, you know, hasn't it become commercial as a bonus to that corporation or something? So again, how do you say who is the residential owner to declare that it's his personal gathering or her personal gathering?
That's a very good question and a very tough question to answer because it's a gray area, and we don't have a good way to do that. We're relying on the fact that it's not open to the public, and we're relying on the representations that they're making that it's non-commercial, that they're not renting the property out. Past that, we don't have a good way to capture that, though.
Okay, and just two more, I'm sorry, Patty, but, you know, when, I'm trying to think back to when we were reviewing and passing this, and it was, you know, in lieu of the wedding on the mountain. But we were presented with ordinances and code from other parts of the country, and kind of picked and panned, and some of those seemed, I believe, to have limitations even if it was a private gathering, that, you know, you have a small lot, you just can't have 1,000 people there, or that there are limits related to the transportation impacts of roads and the neighbors and noises. And if it's my recollection, we chose not to pursue anything that had to do with, quote, I guess it was called a large gathering permit. It wasn't specific to an event. It was just, you know, limiting the amount of free, private, large events you could have on your property. And I just think that that may be something we need to look at again, depending on what are the real nature of these events. And that's why I'm kind of wondering, and maybe these are more for you, are they 30 people gatherings for a dinner, or are they 150? And when it's more than 3 a year, how often is it becoming a retreat center of some sort, or?
Would you like to answer? Yeah. And I would also like to add that I'm joined here by Hal Dischler. He's an attorney working with the team. The events are, with the exception of the church group, which was the largest event, and you characterized it appropriately, it's 2 congregations gathering, which we will go for the permit for that. These events are generally small, very well-contained gatherings. Our community listens, celebratory dinners that Mike explained have probably about 40 people attending. That is the one largest single event. The other, and when we prepared the application, we were erring on the side of being conservative, and so we put everything that happens out there. So they, you know, generally the events are less than 40, less than 20 people in most cases, and they take place completely on the grounds within the residential structures on the property. So they're self-contained, and they're not 1,000 person type events.
Thank you.
Let me just tag on to that. So Patrick, I don't know, we don't have the entire application here, I don't think, but did you have a frequency in terms of events?
The one that we can give the best amount of frequency to, or a definitive frequency, is our Community Listens, which happens once every other month on each property. So they hold these classes, as Mike said, somewhere at a different location, and then come together for this gathering to share experiences and whatnot every other month. And then the other ones, they're just personal gatherings that may occur from time to time that are hosted by the owner.
Is there any historical information how often events have occurred? Is it once a week, twice a week, 3 times a month? Is there?
Patrick, I think you'd be the best person to answer this.
I mean, we could formulate when things happened, say in the past year, but the only one that happens with regular frequency is our Community Listens, and then there are sporadic events throughout the rest of the calendar year. That's the best I can provide.
Michael?
If it helps to, oh, sorry.
Do you want to respond?
The only thing I can add, George, on that aspect is that we have heard that there are a number of events that have occurred at this property. And we've heard from Beth in the caucus, we've heard from neighbors on that. But we've never had an application to definitively say that this event has happened and this event has happened. But we have heard from the public about their opposition to use of this property as an event space.
I just, it's something we probably, again, we always come across new scenarios. And when we look at the special events venue, and I recall that we were getting a lot of feedback from the residential communities, areas in the unincorporated Pickens County, that they didn't want to have to feel they had to go through a special permit process if someone was going to hold a gathering, a wedding, memorial, even though it may have an impact on that neighborhood for that particular time. But we didn't really assume that that private owner would have the ability or would want to hold events on a regular basis without having to go through a special permit process. So it seems like there's a step we've missed in that process. Perhaps that's why we're here today.
Michael?
So the address of one of these places is 1900 Lower River Road?
So we have the...
Is there a name for this place?
The property at 1900 Lower River Road is at the Aspen.
It's called Cold Stream Trout Lodge.
It's called Cold Stream Trout Lodge?
Trout Lodge. Trout Lodge, it's just yeah.
Trout Lodge. So, but it's not being used as a lodge?
No, it's not being used. Going back to one of George's earlier questions and of the commercial nature, there is no rent ever exchanged. There is no rent charged. These are private, personally hosted events, or gatherings. So there is no, and there's never a fee. There's a distinction to be made between an admission fee of someone coming onto the property and also a fee to use the property as an event center. That is never happening, that the properties are used free of charge. And, well, they're used free of charge by the owner of the property. And to go back, and if I may interject, and then again, Rachel, to answer your question about the name of the entities that are owning these properties, a bit unfortunate that we have those names. They are entities that are wholly controlled by Bob and Cynthia Chapman, who are the individuals here on that own the property. And when I refer to the owner, I am referring to Bob and Cynthia Chapman.
And they're present at the functions.
Okay. Thank you.
So I was looking on the interweb, and there's a Cold Stream Trout Lodge, Woody Creek, Colorado, and it says, tucked away in the aspen trees amidst the Roaring Fork River lies a unique private home known as the Cold Stream Trout Lodge. And then it says, relax in 8,000 square foot log home offering 6 gracious guest rooms, fully equipped gourmet kitchen, a soaring 1,600 square foot great room where you will find the warm glow of an impressively sized stone fireplace, along with a cozy billiard area, a mahogany poker table, and a large screen TV. That sounds different. Why would somebody advertise their private home that way unless they were seeking to rent the place?
I am not familiar with that particular ad or entry in the web that you're reading from. The property is not being rented as an event center. I can plainly say that. There is a possibility that the residence could be rented as a VRBO type situation. But again, it's not being rented for an event. That would be for single use, residential use.
There's also a site called Paradiso, which says Aspen Idyllic Riverfront, Aspen Chalet, Cold Stream Trout Lodge. And it has pictures, and you can send an inquiry about renting the place. And so you're saying it's a private home. They might or might not be renting it out through these internet sites. And that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
That is correct.
Yeah, that sounds like a tough separation to me.
I'm not going to jump into this, right?
So Mike, just out of curiosity, is there any restriction? Could anybody in the neighborhood rent their house out in this same fashion? Do a website and they want to leave at Christmas and rent their house out, they'd be allowed to do that if they wanted to.
Unless it was deed restricted APSHA housing, yeah, there's
I don't
no
think this
rental
one
restriction
qualifies
or
for that.
VRBO, or the other one I think is Airbnb. There are no restrictions in our code about that.
Okay.
Well, Steve, I did have a question.
Yeah.
What's the tipping point? When you have 3 special event permits, then we have to look at the property as a venue, right?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Yep.
So if you come in for one, for the church, multiple church gathering with 1 permit a year, then you don't actually tip yourself into that review for special use.
That is
I mean,
my understanding.
for a venue.
Okay, Rachel?
I'd just like to ask, kind of following up on what Michael was asking, that it is perhaps available for rent. Is the property collecting and paying sales tax to the state of Colorado or to Pickton County, or any of the applicable sales taxes for overnight rentals? I know that when you're there for, is it 28, 30 days, then it's considered long-term and no sales tax applies, but when it's short-term, it should. And
30 days.
That kind of brings up a secondary thing that we may have to look at with any revisions to this code, is if it's rented to you for a night, can you have a private gathering while you're in tenancy of that building, and for how long? Or for how large, or every night, you know? And I think George is right. We're trying to make sure that we really don't tread on the toes of those who are having a weekly or monthly book club, and 12 people drive up and, you know, do the book club. But on the other hand, the impacts to neighbors can be very real. And when people move into a residential area, they don't want to find out later that it's semi-commercial. And there's semi-commercial impacts, whether it's catering trucks or, you know, late night dumping the recycles out, you know, which can be pretty noisy. But I think that what you are telling us is, as staff, is that to your best determination, the special event code would not apply as written to these properties. And so the application for the special event permit, venue permit, has been withdrawn, and they're just going to proceed as they have.
That's correct.
And I think we have pointed out, Mike and I had lengthy discussions with Patrick, and I think we have pointed out that there may be some additional amendments that we need to look at in terms of impacts, regardless of anything else, impacts. And that was something that was bypassed the first time around when this was done.
George?
It seems like if we go back to the use by our community listens, and you said that they're using that every other month or on a fairly regular basis. To me, that suggests that this is a venue property, that this particular organization, as well as perhaps some other organizations, even though they're not paying a fee to use that property, they're actually coming on to a venue property as a, and it seems like because of that, it should be required to go through a special permit process. If they were to go through a special permit process, what sort of restrictions or obligations would that mean for the applicant?
If they went through a special event venue,
if we
were
decided
reviewing this
that this should be treated as a special events venue, what are the impacts or the obligations for the applicant?
This is if this was going to go forward today, it would be a one-step special review to the board and a public hearing. And you know our special review criteria talks about character in the vicinity of the subject property, impacts to neighbors, visual, noise, dust, environmental impacts. But it gives the board a lot of latitude too with those criteria to approve or deny a special review. And if you remember too that in our code we have a system where you either have an allowed use, a prohibited use, or a special review use, and this is what this is. It's not allowed, it's not prohibited, and it's at your discretion to approve something like that.
Then there's a little more accountability based on the approval of that special permit granted.
There is, and if you remember some of the other special reviews that we've done, like for landscaping companies, typically what happens, they'll make representations and they'll say how many truck trips or where things will be stored or what the building will look like, and those actually then become conditions of your resolution. And that if we were reviewing this, like what we're talking about, we probably would have those conditions in that resolution then too.
Okay, this is officially a public hearing. We have received lots of letters from various members of the public in our packets. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this issue right now as part of the public hearing?
I'm Janet Schoberline. I've heard a lot of discussions of the people at the Woody Creek Planning Commission and people, especially neighbors of this venue. And it seems to me that there's enough public interest in this, or public inconvenience caused by these properties, that even though technically nobody ever pays any rent or any fee, it looks like a venue property. It's the old question of if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, maybe it is a duck. I myself have no interest, but I know that many of the neighbors of this property are perpetually interested and state their discomfort with these events.
Okay.
Thanks, Janet.
Thank you, Jen. Mike and then Rachel.
Is there anyone in permanent residence at this place?
Redstone Ranch has a permanent qualified Picken County employee living in the EDU.
And at Coldstream?
There is not a permanent resident. It's a residence, Bob and Cynthia's residence that they use from time to time, but it's not their permanent residence.
So there's no permanent residence at Coldstream Trout Lodge.
That's right.
And the Redstone Ranch has also has no owner in permanent residence there.
The ranch manager lives there permanently.
An employee lives there.
That is correct.
But there's no permanent resident there.
That is correct.
Yeah, Rachel.
Is there a charitable tax donation credit taken by the group or the owners for the donation of the use of the property to these organizations?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No. Thank you.
Can I ask? Yeah. John Ely, we're trying to sort of split some hairs here, and I'm not sure that we're getting any place. Do you have any hair splitting advice?
I hear a quacking somewhere. I'm not sure what to make of that.
So can you agree that that from the assertion of the applicants that it's a private gathering place that doesn't need a special venue permit?
It's a hard determination to make, and perhaps it's something that needs to be evaluated going forward. You know, you can't rely upon how a property is titled, for example, and or how a function is necessarily conducted, because the traditional ownership profile of an individual's name does not necessarily indicate that it's an individual private residence, and neither does the ownership title from the corporation necessarily indicate that it's not a private residence. And the absence or presence of exchange of compensation for the occupancy of the property may or may not indicate something either. Maybe we need to get beyond that type of analysis to determine what we're really talking about, and that is a venue, and whether or not the conduct of functions are something that the county needs to regulate. But based on the facts that the board has in front of it right now, it's difficult to see one way or the other.
So if it is difficult to see, it's sort of gray area, would you say that BOCC would have the discretion to categorize this as a venue property and then thus have the applicant need to go through a special event permit process?
Yes, I think you could, but the dilemma with trying to split a hair for the board, based on what I've heard, is I don't know if you necessarily have the information sufficient to do it. I mean, the representations really are what we're going on, and that's what staff is going on. There's nothing to refute that, oh, okay, this is a private function, and it's done by the owners of the property, and it's done for friends and guests and so forth. The expanded poker party, so to speak. So perhaps what we really need is additional facts.
Steve, I have a
Patty?
suggestion. It's my understanding that the applicant will be coming back for a special event permit. So maybe at that time we can ask for further information. And it's also my understanding that staff, a special event permit is generally granted by staff administratively. Can we at that time ask for it to come back to the board with additional information? Then we'll have an opportunity to review the whole package at that time and see exactly what kind of events, what numbers, and we can ask for that at that part of that application.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve it. In other words, I don't think we're going to solve it sitting here today. We need to have a time frame in which we can address further information and make a decision. It's a suggestion.
Michael.
That's an interesting suggestion, but actually I think that it's a broader question and not actually necessarily related, perhaps precipitated by this location, but what searching for further definition that John's talking about. So I think it's actually sort of code discussion.
Well, I think staff's thinking about bringing back amendments anyway, and we can ask for that to be on a work session after the budget.
Yeah. Rachel?
Yeah, I guess my takeaway at this point is that while there are concerns and legitimate concerns of the neighborhood and neighbors, the code as we have written new, and this is literally almost one of the first items to come through for us, doesn't leave me enough to hang my hat on to try to split that hair myself at this table and feel that it necessarily stands. And you know, that's disappointing, but that's life. And you know, I would be interested in making sure that we look at these broader questions, as Michael has phrased it, and as George has, if it's a venue, it's a venue, and what becomes the appropriate limitation for neighborhood integrity, as opposed to, you know, a blanket none at all or everything goes. There's got to be something in between, and so I just don't see anything that's given this kind of gray area that's really actionable on behalf of our board for permitting at this time, or not. I mean, if our staff has kind of come and said we have made a determination, we can't do this, or bring it to you so the public and you will know why. I don't see any other actions from our table except to say thank you.
So the board does not want to see the special event permitting come back to us?
No, I wouldn't mind when they do, if they do, for that item, they may choose no longer to host that larger gathering there, just so they don't have to.
Right, but generally it's done administratively, so it'd be a request we would make now from staff. I just want to make sure that that's okay with the rest of the board. It was my suggestion, so.
Yeah, it's like they do for X Games and things like that, anything that's touchy.
And if you would want to have us, we certainly can investigate dealing with impacts other than in the rural remote area. And essentially, when this was adopted, the impact levels were only dealt with rural remote. And private parties anywhere else could essentially happen without limits. And if you think we should be attaching some limits, we can start looking at that.
Discussion.
Okay.
I think we need to get some clarity, and it may not result in more limits, but it would result in more clarity. And so I'd like to certainly bring that back.
So we thank you for bringing that to our attention.
I mean, I think there's a reasonable expectation in a rural neighborhood. At what point does a private gathering become a regular event? We're not talking about a book club or a poker game, but we're talking about probably more substantial numbers of people, which will impact roads, it will impact all those characteristics that we endear ourselves in terms of why we live in rural, unincorporated Pickens County versus in a municipality.
Okay.
There's an analogous situation on Nicholson Creek Ranch, our neighbors on Capitol Creek, and Garland Lassiter owns the land. He supports this program that's run through the kids who come from inner city, kids from all around the country come to CRMS, and they stay in Carbondale during the course of their education time they're there, but every year they always come up to his property because he's one of their major donors, and it's like a celebration thing, and they come there every year like clockwork, and they spend the whole day there, and they bring a lot of vehicles, or variety of vehicles to get them there. And it's a very similar thing that he's not charging for it. For that one day, it does have an impact on traffic on the road and whatnot, but I would never more say he couldn't do that than anything. It's something that people do if you own property.
And that's why this code had at least 3 events a year before you even rise up to the permitting concept, not one.
Yeah.
And I think we're talking about something that at least some of the events are every other month, and other events can be nightly and weekly. So there is a big difference in the
difference
analogy.
there, yeah.
But-
Okay, well, thanks for bringing this forward and letting us have the discussion.
Michael,
Lance?
did you look up and get clarity on the East River Ranch Road? That frontage road is officially named, and there are 4 properties that access.
Oh, there's a frontage road there?
Frontage road on Lower River Road, and 4 properties access from East River Ranch Road.
Okay, so it's not a driveway, but it's on the other side of the Rio Grande Trail.
Right, on the other side of the train tracks.
Okay.
So back to Patty's suggestion, what do we direct staff to do on this?
To bring back the application for the special use permit to us with further information.
But that was one thing, but the other thing was...
And we're gonna look at code amendments or code discussion after.
And we're going to try to document the number of events, the frequency of events, just so we have a better idea in terms of
If they come in for a special events permit for perhaps this church event, we can ask them to please list for us other gatherings that take place at this venue, so we have a full understanding when we look at that particular permit. If they do not come back for any special event permit, then unless we think there's some violation out there, they're on their way.
And then otherwise, as normal, we would just rely on neighbors if there becomes a nuisance effect.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, next we have 309 Sagebrush LLC Special Review for Office Space.
1 o'clock.
I said it no sooner than that.
And you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, you're right. Hi, welcome.
Hi there.
Hey.
Hi, Mr. Mike.
Hello, good to see you.
All right, I'm going to use an overhead projector again here to illustrate what we're looking at. This is an application for special review to have office space that exceeds 1,500 square feet in the B2 zone district. And as you know, the B2 zone district is in the Aspen Airport Business Center, AABC. And the applicant is Aspen Constructors / 309 Sagebrush LLC, owned by Mike Tangway, Aspen Constructors, and next to me is Michael Ettinger. And our code actually requires that when office space exceeds 1,500 square feet of floor area, a special review is needed. And it's a one-step special review to the board, and we actually don't have any site-specific criteria for this. We only have special review criteria, and that's what we're reviewing this against. And Aspen Constructors currently own Unit G, and this is an existing configuration that was provided in the application. This is Unit G, and this is where Aspen Constructors are operating their office space. Unit J is next to it, and then across the way is Unit K. And what happened is that Aspen Constructors purchased Unit J and K, and they are looking to combine G and J together into one office space right here. And it would be connected with this doorway right here, and would house the Aspen Constructors office space. Unit K, which was also purchased by Aspen Constructors, would be owned by them, but would be leased to another business. And that's the configuration they're looking for. We have referred it out to the AABC HOA and did not receive any comments. Zoning had a few comments, and then also the Sagebrush Condominiums HOA. We did hear from them in a letter, and they said that they were okay with the application as long as that they received the correct building permits for doing this reconfiguration. So you have our staff responses to all the special review criteria. And just of note too, since my time here, we haven't brought a special review to exceed 1,500 square feet of office space to the board. But our recollection is that over the years, there has been one or two that has happened. And just so you know, too, to clarify, it's only office space, that use. Other businesses can be owned, or different uses can happen in the ABC more than 1,500 square feet. For some reason, the code says 1,500 square feet for offices specifically. So that's this use, and that's why you're seeing it. So we are recommending approval of this, and we have a draft resolution with some conditions, and if you have any questions, I can try and answer them.
Patty?
We did this before with Aspen Ski Tours, or just whatever.
The recollection we had was that Hanson may have.
There was
Hanson
another one
Construction,
too, I think.
But there may be another one also.
No, theirs was, this is outside of that use. This is specific to that area, that part of the AABC. Yeah, where they.
I don't have the details, but I believe it, I'm quite certain it's been done.
Yeah, now, are there any issues with expansion of this commercial use as far as AH or anything, employee generation?
No, there's no additional floor area, and that's all based
So
on
we're good,
floor
okay.
area.
Yeah, Rachel.
You know, I could imagine that there was an original 1,500 square foot restriction so that the business center would provide homes for more businesses than fewer. And combining space kind of may limit those opportunities. But in the real world, you know, you have a successful business and they need space to operate in. And I would have a hard time inhibiting that level of growth and success in a business. And saying, no, you have to move your other offices down valley, or, you know, maintain the wall and walk around to go talk to people. You know, I don't know that the intent hasn't been superseded over time or made moot. And so I'm willing to support the application as well.
Yeah, I could see different configurations. I mean, maybe the business would discover that they don't need that space and they'd want to combine that with the purple one next to it, Unit K. They, you know, they could end up renting that out in a different configuration if they weren't using it themselves. So, but it's still the same amount of office space no matter how you divide it up.
Yeah.
So the impact on the community and on the neighborhood would be exactly the same no matter how it's done.
Yeah.
Michael?
So are there building code implications for this? In other words, the increase in square footage, does it have to be sprinkled? You've got two separate units, there's now, what are the building code implications?
The total implications, I could not consider myself qualified to answer, but they will have to get a building permit in order to do this. And so that will be reviewed.
And just as a quick point of clarity, this, is this a laser pointer? No?
And introduce yourself for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael Ettinger, Aspen Constructors. This bathroom right here has already been added through a building permit applied for and granted by Pickens County for an ADA bathroom. So this is ADA ANSI wheelchair code compliant, and this was part of the criteria to separate these two units right here. So currently this exists, we built it with our permit, and then if granted, we would then apply for a separate permit that of course would go through all the building code review to then capture the whole space and encompass the one office as a whole entity.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the audience who would wish to comment on this at this time? I see John McBride in the audience.
Staring at John in the
Are
back
you
of the
familiar with this property, John?
I am.
But you don't want to comment?
People, like you say, who have large spaces. I think the first one was NASTAR.
Oh, wow.
Of course, Obermeyer and the ski company.
But there's a front row.
But, we don't have any problem with it.
Okay. Rachel?
Yeah, and this is just a throwaway question in a way, but and I'm thinking about housing units, and sometimes people are able to convert a 3-bedroom into a 2-bedroom, but they usually make a commitment that they'll turn it back to a 3-bedroom when it's sold. So if or when this is sold, would it be required to be turned back into 2 units, or could it be marketed and sold as 1 unit? You know, how do you take the 2 different deeds and titles and merge them into one? That that's a little bit of a challenge. I mean, would there be anything in this that this unit is no longer really saleable as an independent unit because it doesn't have a bathroom anymore, or things like that? I mean, just, what happens to something like this 20 years down the line?
We thought about that too, Rachel, and we came up with a draft condition in the resolution that reads here. If the subject properties change ownership or change use, the applicant shall notify the community development director within 30 days of the transaction of the properties or use change to understand if further county review is required. It tries to capture at least if there is a use change or a change of ownership to see if we need to do something else with it. I hope that answers your question, or at least addresses what you're saying.
Yeah, and there's nothing, I think Patty already asked the AH question, but there's no increase in intensity of use that would trigger a different multiplier.
No, there's no road impact fees or affordable housing impact fees implicated because the footprint floor area is exactly the same.
Okay, and so we don't measure the intensity of use and so on. Great, thank you.
Okay, and is there anyone else in the public who would wish to comment? And if not, then I'll close the public hearing for the day, because this is our last public hearing item, and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll do a motion to approve a resolution of, let's see, granting approval for the Aspen Construction 309 Sagebrush LLC special review.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve this application. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 I want to thank the applicant
Okay.
for being so
Thank
patient
you very
with
much.
us.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
For the record, I have the affidavit of the notices and things of that nature.
Okay,
Put those in file.
There you go.
okay, moving on to land use actions. The first one is acceptance of covenant for the 19 Little Cloud. It says trail on our sheet, but it's actually for the maintenance of rockfall mitigation devices.
Yes. This is the second reading, is not a public hearing. 2 weeks ago, you had the first reading and the public hearing. And this is for the Board of County Commissioners to consider accepting a covenant for the maintenance, inspection, repair of rockfall avalanche mitigation devices that were required as part of a site plan review for Lot 2 of the Little Cloud subdivision. And as we talked last time, there are an existing bruise net, which is a rockfall mitigation device, and an avalanche mitigation device that is currently existing above Lot 2. And Lot 2 is within rockfall and blue avalanche area. And the condition of approval for development of a new single-family home on that lot required that that bruise net stay in place and always be functioning so that it serves its purpose to protect the homeowners in that residence. And the county attorney and the attorney for the owner of Lot 2 determined that the best way to do that was for the applicant owner, which is the Little Cloud Homeowners Association, to allow the Board of County Commissioners to have a covenant on the property. And the covenant would pledge the owner to maintain that rockfall device. However, if we were to determine that it was not being adequately maintained, it would allow the county to go on the property to inspect and repair the device and bill the owner. And you approved this at first reading, and we're offering it to you for a final reading today.
I have a question. I support this, of course, having spent many hours of meetings about that whole Little Cloud. But can this same kind of covenant be used in other applications then for wildfire mitigation and all those things that we have required and then not really had a way to follow up on it? So they'd have to get their CO by doing their wildfire mitigation, but what happened the year after, the year after, the year after? This came up a lot at the recent wildfire conference.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was easy. So we could in the future.
We
or-
talked about that a little
Okay,
bit.
so we could in the future for applications where we had specific mitigation, have a covenant of such that we could apply. Perfect, thank you.
Since the great big huge rock was caught previously, and I presume it damaged the structure somewhat, has that been repaired?
It did. It was inspected by the Colorado Geological Survey, and they determined that it needed to be repaired. It was repaired, and it was inspected again and found to be back in good shape.
Okay, and did they break that big rock up, or is it still sitting there, or what?
Big rock is gone.
They pushed it down the hill, right?
Actually, I actually don't know if, how they broke it apart. I was not around when they did that, but it is gone.
I would have liked to see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you want a motion?
Accept the motion, yes.
I'll do a motion to approve acceptance of a covenant for the maintenance of rockfall mitigation devices pursuant to administrative determination for the 19 Little Cloud Trail.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve accepting this covenant. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, I think this is a great idea.
Yep, all right. Next we have, it's a list of the Gardner takings hearing, which was continued from June 24th. And Mike, could you explain what's going on this now?
Sure. You'll remember at the last hearing we had on June 24th, the applicant requested a continuance of a takings hearing, and it was a takings for an activity envelope and site plan. And one of the issues, there was actually two issues, one of the reasons it got denied was that it did not comply with the setback requirements for wetlands. And then also there was a opposition to the legal access to the lot. And Rick Neely, who was representing the applicant Gardner, continued to ask for a continuance from the board, and the board said, fine, we can continue it one more time, but if you want another continuance at this hearing, you have to be present to explain why you want that. Rick sent us a letter saying that he has withdrawn the takings request, and then when they get the access issue figured out, they will reapply for another land use application and go through the process then.
What's the location of this property?
It doesn't have an address yet because it's undeveloped, but it's off of Woods Road. And it's on the left-hand side as you're going down Valley and Woods Road.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's it.
Thank you.
Right.
No action needed.
No action required on that, okay. Next is the Hemming GMQS allocation.
Okay. And this is the 2015 Urban Residential Growth Management Quota Systems Competition. And you'll remember we forwarded the P&Z scoring for the Hemming request, and Hemming is at Unit 12 of the La Chamonix housing complex across from Highlands. They actually asked for 221 square feet, quite nominal, to convert an existing garage into habitable space. We have owner here, right?
Yes, Greg Hemming.
Great. And they were successful with P&Z, and they met threshold, and they got the 221 square feet. We forwarded P&Z scoring to you, and then this is actually the allocation. The board has to make an action through resolution to allocate that floor area to this application. So that's what you have in front of you.
Patty?
So the reason it came to us before was because we had to do like a public notice. We did not receive any comments, therefore it comes back to us now for approval. So you just created that time frame.
Correct. It's an appeal, gives an appeal time
Appeal
frame.
time frame. And we had no contact, okay.
And as you stated in the prior reading, the La Chamonix complex has had its larger issues of allocation of floor area resolved in the past, and so this would be in conformance with the HOA.
Yeah, you remember we did that PUD and rezoning, and that was a, yeah. So we did all that, and one of the requirements was that if garage space was gonna get converted to habitable space, GMQS or TDRs were required to do that. And they elected not to use a TDR because there's just too
221
much floor
square feet.
area left over, so they competed in.
Okay, thank you. Would you accept the motion?
Yes.
I would move to approve the Hemming GMQS allocation.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve this resolution accepting this allocation for the GMQS. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. And just like clockwork, our next staff person walks in the door.
She's watching us on the TV in the kitchen.
And she's not even out of breath. So the next item up is McBride minor amendment to the BOCC resolution number 103-2014. Suzanne?
Look at her. Is that your name tag you have on there today?
Oh, no, it's my bond together for the Down Valley School Districts.
Oh.
I don't know if I'm supposed to have that on.
Free speech, you're fine.
Excellent, that's good. Don't usually. So we were here a year ago when John came in to ask for what we call under the code the limited development conservation parcel TDRs for a 635-acre parcel that was eligible for 31 TDRs. That approval was granted with a deadline because associated with that, a conservation easement is required, and that has some certain requirements that go along with it to make that happen. So there was a 180-day deadline for that when the TDRs would be issued once the conservation easement was recorded. At the time when that deadline was coming up, John was working with Open Space and Trails to see if there was any sort of a potential conservation plan for the ranch. And at that time, we felt it was appropriate as staff to administratively extend that deadline. So we did grant an extension at that time to now, October 22nd, I guess. And so now John's in to ask basically to extend that for another 4 months, I guess it was. 120 days. As he's sort of back on track to work on that conservation, or the conservation easement associated with issuance of the TDRs, and move forward with that piece. Just the one thing to note, I guess, on that is, at the time John came in last year, was right before we had changed the code to change the rate at which TDRs were granted for those parcels. At the time it was 1 per 20 acres. It's now 1 per 35. So the difference there is 31 granted. It would be 18 TDRs under the new rate. So just to note that. And other than that, we've recommended approval for the 128-day extension. And just to note that, again, for that, the conservation easement, they have to complete a baseline environmental study. Then it comes in, it has to get reviewed through Open Space and Trails and come to you for acceptance. So that's sort of a piece of, there's some time built in there to get it through that process. I think that's it. If you have any questions for me.
Questions for Suzanne?
Well, if you would go over that last bit a little more carefully, what happens if we do not approve the continuation?
I think that then the approval is
Go back to square one?
There is no more approval at that point. If there is no extension of that deadline. I don't know if John has any other thoughts on that.
That's how the code reads.
Okay, and so then if this was a project John was still interested in conserving, it would come back in under the new code?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, under the same mechanism, it would come back under the new code provisions.
Yeah, it could be 35-acre subdivision or some other process of developing the property.
I missed part of that, I'm sorry. So.
If it's not continued.
If we did not continue, when is this actually deadline?
October 22nd.
October 22nd, so.
Thursday.
And so if we did not continue this, then John would have up to October 22nd to put together a conservation plan or to allow him to pull the TDR.
He can't get the TDR, we can't issue the TDRs until the conservation easement that is tied to the TDRs is recorded. And that can't happen in the next week because the conservation easement hasn't been finally drafted for review by Open Space and the BOCC for acceptance before it can then be recorded. And when that records is when we issue the TDRs. So again, I guess to differentiate between the conservation easement required as a condition of the TDR approval versus conversations related to a conservation plan, for lack of a better word for it, for the property otherwise. But associated with the TDRs, he is required to record a conservation easement that encumbers the property that ties it to the issuance of those
And that would
TDRs.
not be able to happen in the
That
next
couldn't
week.
happen in a
Could not
week.
happen. And so that means that if we did not approve a continuation, if John wanted to revisit a conservation easement on this and perhaps utilize TDRs, he would fall under the new guidelines, which would mean that he would be allowed up to 18 TDRs
Correct.
versus the 31 now that he has.
Suzanne, if we do approve the extension and then working back from April 22nd, when would the McBride family have to have filed for their, the conservation easement and start that process? How long does that take?
Well, the deadline, actually, they didn't ask for another 6-month extension or 180 day, so it's February 22nd.
Well, February.
Is the deadline in the resolution, the draft.
Oh, I'm seeing this April 22nd.
That was from last year.
The
yeah.
last one, okay, I see that.
But I guess maybe they can speak more to the timeline in terms of, because there are pieces that the environmental, the baseline study that has to be completed. I think once that completed, again, they can speak to where they are in terms of providing those documents. I mean, backing up through your process, an ordinance to accept the easement is 2 readings, so 2 meetings, and it has to go to the Open Space Board prior to that. So, things have to turn around somewhat quickly.
I want to make sure, I know how long these things can take from personal experience, as you remember, our application. I just want to make sure that the 120 days is enough time to get everything actually done, if that's what they're asking for. So that's what I was asking that question. John?
Well, let me explain the predicament we have here.
Please identify yourself for the record.
John McBride, owner of Lost Marbles Ranch, but not the property in question.
Thank you.
That is owned by my 2 sons. And the reason we got in this predicament is because, fundamentally, because of a mistake that I believe the county made. We had reached an agreement, not once but twice, on a property, and the second go-around was with Gary, where they were going to put an easement on the ranch and then buy. There was no need for us to do all this work. The county is going to buy the land for $4 million, extinguish the TDRs, and put in a trail system on the 635. We thought that was going to happen. For better or for worse, we found out in the road vacation of the East Soapers Creek Road, there was a conflict that nobody knew about. Dale discovered it. The exhibit was what we all went by when we vacated it in '92. And that showed the Light Ranch and the McBride Ranch. Bubby Light sold us the field next door because he couldn't take care of it. And for some reason, when the legal was written, it didn't comply with the exhibit that was part of the vacation. It included land that Peter and Johnny and 2 grandkids owned. So that meant, my God, you can put the trail back in that couldn't happen, as Suzanne Conscience said way back when, if you have more than 4 houses, because they wanted It's not a ranch, it's a subdivision, and the back part of the ranch is almost 2,000 acres, and so that's how she came up with that. Suddenly, when this other land came in, it was discovered, we didn't know it, we've never been taxed for it. When the county ordered the appraisal of the ranch, they didn't include that land. It's never showed up, but there it was. So it was in conflict with the exhibit, and that's what I referred to, and Bubby Light and Jim Moran, the county commissioners, all when the road was vacated. We all understood that, and we agreed completely, and we all signed off on it. So along comes this mistake, and suddenly we've got to keep the thing alive, or give it up. And the county, you know, because the last offer included that land as well as our ranch. It was for more money, but at quite a lesser amount. And so we said no to that. And then we made a counter offer and said, okay, we'll put that in and we'll completely extinguish one lot. I could show you this on a map. But we'll leave our house out. The acreage was the same, the price was the same. It was $3,400 an acre for the easement. And so we've gone through this. Originally, the appraisal you guys ordered in 2010 was $57.89 an acre. Ty Jacober, when he was head of Open Space and Trails, we agreed to $4,446 an acre. And Gary and I finally did an extended one, because it included the 635, was $3,430 an acre. And then this new one added some 300 more acres at 1,000 an acre. And I said, no, that's why we made a counter proposal to you guys. I don't know if you've seen it. But that's sort of the history in a nutshell. It's a bit complicated. And so we thought if we were going to make a deal, we were going to buy it, we didn't have to do the easement because it was going to be yours. So, I mean, we're not particularly interested in owning the sterilized land and having the TDRs, which we're working on not allowing in the valley anyway. But we were trying to do something as an alternative to all the TDRs. And our boys were comfortable with the $4 million purchase, the trail and all that sort of thing. But suddenly we got to a point where we had a confusion. We really don't want to do the study. We want you to.
George?
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand the dilemma, and although at the time I had actually asked the board to consider doing a moratorium because we were right at the cusp of changing our code when this application came in, but the board decided to go ahead and grant that. And I know that John McBride has been in continuous negotiations and conversations with the Open Space and Trails Board to see if there's a way to do some conservation easements, not only on this particular parcel, but also on the ranch as a whole. And so, I guess I would say in good faith, I would accept this extension, which would then allow perhaps a little more time for John and Open Space to continue to see if there's an opportunity to conserve this land without pulling any TDRs off of it. That makes sense.
Glenn, we didn't give you a chance to, following her procedure, to explain anything you need to and take our questions. So I'll give you the floor for as long as you need.
All right, thanks. I think you see the picture. It's Glenn Horn, for the record, representing the McBride family. And the owners of the 635 are John's sons. And one of the things I just wanted to mention was back when this was done last year about this time, we probably made a mistake by agreeing to the time period to get the conservation easement done because winter was coming on and there just wasn't time to get all the field work done before the snow. That was the original mistake. So we came in and asked for an extension on that time frame so we would have the spring and summer to get it done. And then the negotiations continued both on the Lost Marbles Ranch and on the 635, looking at something combined. So that was the reason for the delay in the conservation easement. Right now, Jonathan Losky's working on the baseline, and we'll just proceed ahead on that. And we believe, like people have said, the 120 days, it will be tough to get it done with the 2 readings, but we're going to work at that to get that done in that time frame. But on the other hand, in speaking with John this week, and I also had a conversation with Dale, the possibility of splitting the 635, they are separate parcels, the 635 and the rest of the ranch, is on the table, and that is something that could maybe be negotiated to work on the 635 alone if a deal can't be made for all of the McBride family holdings. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Dale and I talked about that yesterday. John and I have been talking about that. But, we are, very thankful about what George is saying in terms of honoring the original commitment. And I think it's going to be my job to keep our eye on the target of getting the conservation easement done and going to the expense of doing this baseline study, which has been put off. That's the most time-consuming part.
You mentioned the problem with having winter coming on previously. Now winter's coming on again. Is there any other field work besides the little bit Jonathan is doing right now?
No, all the field work's done. And
Okay.
it's all office work now. But we still have to write the conservation easement, run it by Open Space and Trails, as Suzanne said, and then have 2 readings on it. So we're probably, right on time frame now.
Okay. Rachel?
Yeah, I guess my comment's similar to George's, and that is that when this was coming around about a year ago and we were changing our code, which was something in the works related to all land parcels, not specifically to this, there was an option to go in and have a moratorium and shut the window and not take any further applications. And we did not do that. We wanted to be dealing with good faith with your efforts for conservation and to the community. The difference in TDRs is significant. It's 13, 14, which is a lot of growth that will land in other people's neighborhoods at some point to let this have gone forward under the old code. So I think the interest is there from both sides for the larger conservation efforts and goals, and there seems to be just continuous stumbling prices over price and configuration. But I guess I will vote yes in this today and give you the continuation, and if it needed to be 6 weeks, 6 months, not 4 months, that would be fine. And hopefully have a win-win-win come out of this, kind of a 3P type of thing. But everyone's got to give a little, because it's a challenging parcel to preserve when the larger project, because of the real lack of public access, and that it's visual preservation, not something people can use. And I realize you've gone a long way, John, in working with us, and I really do hope that something will eventually come forward from this. But it's a big doing, and sometimes I guess you break it into pieces. So I'm willing to let this go forward, and I hope we reach resolution on the rest at some point, or I'm sure it's getting for both sides to start feeling like it's time to fish or cut bait.
Can I just say something? I mean, maybe it's stupid on my part, Rachel, but you have made us an offer of the $4 million to buy the property and use it and extinguish the TDRs. I don't understand why we're doing all this study. We don't really want the TDR. Rich is trying to keep a process alive. I don't understand why you don't just do that. We'll give you all the work that Jonathan's done. It's yours. The land's yours. And we'll work to try to finalize and figure out the fundamentally what you've offered us and how it's going to work out on the balance of the easement on the
I know I can't speak for the whole board, but I would speak for myself to say that there is a desire, I believe, not to do this piecemeal and have, oh, well, we conserve this, but now all that's going to get redeveloped, or we've conserved that, but now this is going to be twice the price because it keeps, because it's piecemeal, and that there's a desire to see a master plan and a totality of the outcome for those sort of expenditures. That would just be my perception.
John, I don't think we're here today to try to negotiate a purchase. I think your application allows a little more time to go forward for the Open Space and Trails Board to take another look at it, for the BOCC to take another look at it, but this is not the time or the place to think about trying to negotiate.
No, I understand. Yeah. I'm just coming back to what was offered us.
You're right.
And there are two different elements. The boys' land, and I don't think I'm comfortable with your saying, well, we won't pay them unless you do this or that. We're different people, and we care about the property, but I just don't understand the need for the extension if you're going to buy it. What are we scrambling around doing all these reports for?
Well, if we don't do the extension, then you're going to fall under the new code, which would change your ability in terms of how many TDRs you would even have the ability to pull.
Well,
so
I mean, there must be a way. We don't want the TDRs. You don't want to give them to us. Okay. It seems a silly argument.
I just have a thought, getting back to the memo in front of us. Not that I don't think Glenn does things in a timely manner, but I would be more comfortable in telling Glenn it's 120 days than actually extending it for longer, just in case. You really, I mean, I don't want to see this have to come back and have us go through this again. I would rather give you that little more time, but tell Glenn he has to have it done in 120 days.
I'm getting older, and this is tedious and tiresome. I'd rather you shorten it to 60 days. I'd be perfectly happy with 60 days.
Glenn, did you see Glenn just pass out over there?
I was going to say, I would grant a longer period of time than 120 days also. But if you could light a fire under the whole process and get it done way faster, let's do that, because I feel like we're so close to having the whole thing resolved. And I don't want you to have to come back in 120 days and say, we need another 120-day extension or something. But I want to see this thing through and completed.
Yeah, I'm not worried about coming back for an extension if needed, how often does that happen? And
can we do it again? There are some cases we can only offer
There's nothing in the code that specifies you can only.
Because there's some that there are, okay.
I would make a motion to accept it, to request to extend the deadline to record a conservation easement for 120 days, and hopefully that will give us time and to revisit this issue in another venue.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Let's just say one thing. I'd love to help you with. In a way, this whole process strikes me as a little silly, because our ranch values have gone up. They've doubled about every 7 years. It had nothing to do with ranching. It has only to do with the resort and the fact of the zoning, which is R30, Senate Bill 35, TDRs, all this stuff. We're not talking about ranching. Steve, you know well that when we bought the ranch and your dad helped us, there were probably 45 ranches in the valley. Now there are about 5, really, in the whole Roaring Fork Valley. And I would implore you, and I'd love to help you. I think we've got to put an end to Senate Bill 35. As long as that exists, the whole state is going to be a rural subdivision. The roads will be everywhere. It's a beautiful, desirable state, and we're not going to use farms or ranches there. And the federal, our county assessor is wonderful. He values rangeland as rangeland, but he's the only one. The state and the federal government values it at the highest and best use. zoning, Senate Bill 35, and it's impossible. And I would implore the county commissioners to take the lead and try to get rid of this stuff. There isn't going to be any ag land left, and it's not your fault. It's silly. We have the zoning and all these rules, and now we're trying to raise money to buy down. You give everybody high value, and now we've got to take it away. Because, it's a goofy deal here.
When was the last time that was attempted? Because I know it's been attempted.
It's been looked at before, but I don't, from my read on the legislative, from working with Colorado Counties Inc., I wouldn't see a real chance to change that now. And when you open something like that up, the next thing you know, it's 25-acre subdivision. Once it's on the floor, you never know where it'll end up. So,
But I don't think that should deter us from at least looking at the history. And if we're going to talk about throwing out the conversation for increasing the gas tax, maybe this is something we need to think about coming up. I don't have a problem looking at it. I mean, we're known for looking at things that may look impossible, and that doesn't stop us in the past. It shouldn't stop us in the future. Yeah.
Blame my old friend Mike
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Glenn. Thanks, Suzanne.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and then John said, I want to say something after we vote.
Yeah, we voted on it, right, Jeanette?
Yes, we voted on it.
How did you vote?
That's what I'm having trouble remembering.
5-0.
Open discussion items, and I have 2 items I want to bring forward. John, do you have anything?
I just have a quick one. We talked a little bit about maybe doing a library tour. It turns out the library has a tour next Wednesday with their architects at noon for any board members who might be available. Yes, I was at the end being chewed. That tour will be meeting just before noon at the Mill Street entrance of the library. And then if you're unable to make that, if you want to schedule an individual tour or such, just let myself or Kathy know and we can get that going.
I have a workforce meeting, but I'll see if I can sneak out.
Yeah, and if you could let me know if you think you might go.
I will not be able to attend. I have a QQ water meeting that day.
Okay.
Summit.
So you can shoot me an email. I just want to be sure that if we have
Okay,
more
I'll
than
let
3
you
of
know.
you. Yep.
Okay.
That's it.
I can tell you here in a second.
I need to step up, make a phone call.
Yeah, I'd be able to make that. There was a little blurb in the paper with the X Games tickets for sale for the concerts at the X Games. And they list all the times as per their, when they were talking to us earlier, having they don't say they're going to go till midnight, but they mention the 2 concerts starting at, one at 4:30 and one starting at 9:30, and Sunday concert starting at 3:30. So they're basically starting to sell tickets based on what they had brought forward to us, which they haven't made their application, their special use permit application yet. So I put it out there for the board, but it seems to me they're premature in starting selling tickets for something that's not necessarily approved.
Steve, I think it'd be good perhaps to have Mike Kramer look into that and give him a call. But we did say, and I think it was Mike who said, the airport closes at 11, you close at 11. So maybe they're just planning now a single act, and that will close at 11 from 9:30. So I don't know what it is or isn't,
Yeah.
but they don't say until 12. And so I wouldn't assume that they're countermanding what they heard from us, but.
Yeah, and we can certainly have Mike look into it. I did not see those ads, so I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. But I think the board was very clear in the position about not going past 11. I know staff heard that. That permit has not been issued yet because it's still under review. And it's not uncommon, really, sometimes for these larger events to be advertising of them before the.
So let me pass the article
Just,
down.
At
Give
that
that to
meeting, she
John.
did say, we're starting to sell tickets like next week.
Yeah.
And I think it was pretty clear that you're selling them at your own risk.
Yeah.
That's what you call it.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sure they're selling advertisements, and I'm sure they're getting sponsors and everything else. To do an
They
event
have
like
to.
that, you have to start pretty far in advance.
Okay, the second item, last Friday, I was in Denver and I went to the stakeholder meeting on the restaurant inspection fee. This stakeholder group was mandated by House Bill 1226, so that's what they're calling it, the House Bill 1226 stakeholder group. I'm really glad I went. It was very educational. Most of the people there were either, I mean, there's a whole group from the restaurant, I can't think of their exact name, the
Restaurant Association.
Restaurant Association. There were quite a few environmental health officials from different counties, and Kurt Dahl said that, like, there's a guy from El Paso County who's really kind of carrying the ball and communicating back and forth with Kurt all the time. And then Pat Ratliff was there from CCI. And so I met a whole bunch of different people who had been meeting, and Pat told me afterwards that was the most productive meeting they had had, because they're actually coming close to having a meeting of the minds on a proposed fee structure and different rules. I got copies of the different papers they handed out there, and what I could do, that's as informational as, if I just got copies to those of you who'd like to read that, I could do that. But I wanted to let you know that I had been to that, and they really appreciated having me there from Pitkin County, just to have a face from the county be at the meeting. Their next meeting's on October 29th, so they're meeting kind of twice a month right now, trying to hammer this out. And they're looking towards legislation for this coming, this next session.
I think one of the sticking points was that the Restaurant Association did not want the scoring for the restaurants to be posted, either in the windows or anywhere. Is that still a point of contention?
That's still a point of contention, and they're pretty adamant about that. They, they figure information will be posted on a website. Pass fail. There might be a certificate or something that somewhere in the restaurant, but that they didn't talk a whole lot about that. They were talking more about how much the fee increase would be. If it would be based, then the increase is based on the Denver Boulder Consumer Price Index for future years. There was a lot of things about CDPHE having responsibilities. The counties would have a responsibility for paying for the fees of inspecting the exempt establishments, which would be things like the schools and the jails, child care things. Those sorts of things would still be exempt, but the restaurant people don't want to pay for that. That would be, the state would put money in through CDPHE to pay for some things. The fees would go up like 75% is what they're talking about, 25% next year, then adding the next 3 years, adding 25% on till it gets up to a full 75% increase.
That's a significant gain for counties.
So yeah, a significant increase in the fees. So I just wanted to pass that on to you, that I had been to the meeting, and I didn't even get copies of this to John yet, but I'll make copies, and I don't know, would all of you like to have a copy of it, or I'll make a copy for John, and then Kurt should have a copy too, so that, because Kurt's really the one who's been following this and keeping tabs on it.
Okay. Sounds good.
And it was really interesting going to CDPHE building, because their security system there is so intense that every door everywhere is locked, and even to leave the conference room and go to the restroom and come back, you had to have a badge to get through a locked door to come back. It was pretty astonishing to me that they're really tight on their security of that state facility.
Yeah, interesting. You never know anymore.
Yeah. So, any questions on that whole process?
No, thanks for bringing it up.
Okay.
I have two small things I'd like to update the board on. One is, I think the date, November 19th, the Clean Energy Economy from Garfield County is going to be holding a transportation summit, a one-day summit, and I've been in contact with Alice Laird because she was trying to trace down other contact of people who are very interested in the transportation funding issue going forward. So I think she's going to have CDOT support there, probably I-70 Coalition, and are reaching out to the various groups that are interested in the transportation ballot in 2016, see how that could possibly shape up. So
Didn't you say the construction industry in the Front Range or so? One of the, it'd be great to see if we had any local members. If you want to let Alice know that from the construction association or whatever.
that
if there's any
consortium,
local-
she has contacted Move Colorado, which is kind of an umbrella organization for all those. So I don't know if local contacts per se, but anyhow, I just, for those who are on the RAFTA board or might be interested, I know she's inviting RAFTA and a little bit of everybody, but it's going to be November 19th at the Hotel Colorado. And then also I wanted to be able to express for the board publicly my thanks to John Peacock and the staff that he pulled together to help me with the Colorado Counties Inc. Public Lands budget. As you guys know, I'm vice chair, and the budget has been something in dispute for a period of time among the members because the cost of going to these conferences has really risen, and probably what you might call partisan divides, as well as land use interest divides, those who want to transfer public lands, those who don't. And so the group was kind of falling apart, and the whole purpose was to be able to send 8 members to contribute on these discussions at the DC Legislative and the NACO annual, as well as the Western Interstate region. And coming out of our conference, and I was tasked as the vice chair of solving the budget problem and bringing everyone together. The focus of a lot of the people in attendance and participation was, let's just raise the dues, bring them up to $8,000 per county, include all federal mineral lease payments, so it's not just based on the back of PILT counties anymore, and go forward with some cutbacks in the travel reimbursements. And then one of the commissioners, Rio Blanco County, I believe, produced a new budget where he said, hey, let's just have a $3,000 cap on what anybody has to put in, and we're no longer going to support the actual travel. If you're elected to the committee, you'll pay your $3,000 dues, and then your county will pick up the extra $6,000 or so additional to actually make sure you attend the meetings. And there was a real concern that this was in the background about making sure that maybe only a dozen or less counties could play in the future and could actually afford to attend those things. The other default position was just going back to being a regular CCI steering committee, in which, again, no one would be traveling with any support from the group to work on the issues that affect all of our public lands, and no dues payment, no CCI overhead costs and things like that, which would have affected the larger organization quite a bit. And so we were at the meeting on October 2nd when they finalized their legislative agenda. But I had kind of come up with a compromise and said, look, we had 8 votes for this budget and 9 for that one, and they're polar opposites in their intent and what they would actually do and for the organization. And so I gave John some pretty complicated spreadsheets for CHIP and said, why don't you try working, what do we do, 150 minimum buy-in for any county and a 4,000 cap, and cut the travel support back quite a bit. And that ended up passing at the last meeting with a 19-8 vote.
I just saw that.
And so it was really a great effort, and I appreciate John's work and the great way in which he tells us about projects and issues and programs and gets our support. He wrote some great bullet points up about why this was the best budget going, and everyone really pretty much bought into those. The outcome is that I think Pitkin County's dues will go from $6,000 last year down to $4,000 this year. And then if I am fortunate enough to be reelected to the traveling committee or to the vice chair again, each county will receive, with a member, $2,700 towards their traveling expenses. And then they or their county will make up the difference. And so I would anticipate that it will be somewhat close to a wash for us, similar to the same $6,000 level last year. But it is now $1,000 towards the DC legislative trip, $1,000 towards the summer annual conference, and then I think $700 or $750 towards the Western Interstate region. And the real benefit, and as I told other people in that meeting before the vote, is that Picken County is a county that might be one of those 10 that could continue to play and would be able to continue to send someone no matter the cost, but that it's really about the smaller counties whose budget wouldn't be able to absorb that, and to keep all together and not have people saying, well, why am I spending $1,500 in dues and I can never really run because it would cost me another $7,000 to actually participate. So it kind of kept things reasonable. It split the baby in half, and I just really wanted to thank John for that effort. There were a couple times when I didn't think it was possible that we'd reach resolution, and even our director, Chip, had told me, he said, Rachel, I just don't think it's a matter of cutting more. I think it's philosophical differences, and even if you cut down the subsidies, you know, to almost nothing, I don't think people are going to vote for a compromise budget. But he was wrong, and they did. And so thank you.
Thank you.
We should use John with Congress.
Yeah, there we go. That
Really,
might be
it's all Rachel's and Steve's ideas. I just got them into bullet points in the
So
spreadsheet.
there's a couple of interesting things about this, if I could add a little bit. Counties that don't even have any federal public lands in their county can now participate for paying $150 a year would be their dues to participate. And Jefferson County, their dues were only $500 some a year. They don't have much federal land in their county, but they've been participating on the discussions and everything. And I think they said, you know, this stuff is important for the whole state, whether they have very much federal land or not, because there's a lot of other federal land issues, including the subsurface rights and the BLM controlling the gas drilling stuff on private land and all of that. So I think really every county in the state has an interest in what happens at the Public Lands Council meetings, and that Rachel is so great about getting to, and I hope a lot of counties will participate in it. I had a discussion with Rose Puglisi from Mesa County, because they're one of the counties who have not been paying their dues. And I said, you know, I was urging them to start participating. Go ahead and pay the dues, and don't worry that you're subsidizing, because they were balking at paying travel fees for anybody, because they kind of got burned when John Justman went to the meeting in Hawaii, and there was a lot of bad publicity about that in the Grand Junction Sentinel. And she said,
Public lands meeting in Hawaii.
Rose and I get along pretty well, but she did bring up the point that one thing that they don't like is that 8 people will go, and then one person will vote counter to what CCI policy even says. They'll be like a rogue candidate kind of, and not be voting along with the rest of the group. So there is that sort of a political tug of war going on in terms of whether people will support it or not.
And to that end, that was one of the discussions, and people felt like it should be block voting on everything, and others who felt it's good to represent the diversity of Colorado. When you're within the larger room of public lands, believe you me, it's very conservative, and 2 votes out of Colorado going the wrong way wouldn't make much difference. But that actually was a little bit of the intent with the folks who were doing the minimal budget, was to say, we don't like counties who don't like multiple use. And we want to see multiple use everywhere within our public lands and our Public Lands Steering Committee. And it was a veiled reference, frankly, to Thompson Divide and the desire for some communities to have local control. So it's odd that you want local control in the state from the feds, but you don't want counties to have local control about their own economy and destiny. And so that's why it really was quite an accomplishment to see something pass that was a compromise that played to common sense. And the issue, as you raised it, Steve, you know, of equity was the hardest, because you have some counties who may receive between PILT and federal mineral lease $8 million a year. And yet to serve, their dues were being capped at a super low level. And so counties that were only maybe receiving PILT are like, why am I paying this huge amount for dues when I only receive $400,000 a year in PILT, and I'm paying only $1,000 less than the guys who pay $8 million. So it was really a tough compromise, and you did see some people trying to score political points with it. But I would have to say really quickly, and then I know we can all go home, I think it's a bit of a misnomer that we have voted against standing CCI policy. And I've heard the examples used by, again, some other commissioners, and I'm like, well, you're talking about a vote on the energy, environment, and land use, not the public lands, because we don't have a policy on this one way or the other. But the truth is, there's exactly one resolution that deals with PILT, and probably about 20 that are everything from master leasing of oil and gas lands to Endangered Species Act reform to firefighting and flame and Forest Service budgets. And that's why we've tried to make it that everyone can participate and get their voice in and has an equal opportunity to run to actually serve. So anyhow, a long discussion on that, but really appreciate it. It was giving me headaches for months.
Rachel.
Yeah, there we go. Well, thank you, everyone.
Right, thank you,
Thanks.
Rachel.
No, that was good work. That was a tough one, I know.
It had me in knots for a while, but it was good. So, would you accept a motion to adjourn?
I would the rest of you go along?
I'll
with that?
second that motion.
All right.
Yes.
Patty seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you.